I'll be on in a minute. If you go to the IndoctriNATION.shop or the IndoctriNATION.com and hit shop, you don't have to buy anything, but you show up on the map. It's pretty cool, just being on the site, so it can see where you're in from. Which is what I wanted to do a long time ago, but now I got a way to do it. So pretty cool. So I'll talk to you in a minute. Hey everybody, how we doing? Good to see you. I am so glad that you are here with me on this beautiful Friday evening. I hope you are well. I am going to the chat right now, and do you guys like that? Being able to see yourselves come on the screen like that? Thanks. Hey, thanks guys. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate you. And by the way, in the future, hi, Lisa, how are you? Um, yeah, happy Friday, everybody. In the future, I'm going to try to get your chat back on the screen so that you guys can see each other and say hi to each other. Like, like this. This is what I'm looking at here. If I bring you over there. So I'll get that back on the waiting room. Okay. Selena, love you too. Thank you. Good to see you all. Isn't that cool? I'm glad you guys like that. And I love because I've always felt like I wanted to see like where you all were coming in from, and you were always telling me, but it was so cool to see that light up like that. And by the way, we're at we're almost at 1,200 beautiful human beings here, and I think there are only about 185 on the Indoctrination .shop. Thank you all for all you who are ordering T-shirts and sweatshirts and mugs and what else? V-necks, tank tops from the shop, and that is we are getting that stuff out to you. So very excited at that, and you also obviously support the Truthcast when you do that, and so it's great to. Hey, Dave from Randy, will this be a short fly Friday night? We'll have to see. Oh, yes. 300 watching, less than 200 likes. Please hit the like button on YouTube, folks. We have to fight the censorship. And I know many of you watch from television, so you can't hit the like button. So please just go on your phone, go to Dave Sned YouTube, and just hit the like button. And because that we have to fight the censorship here. We are up against quite a bit here with censorship in this country right now, and it's getting ridiculous. It's getting embarrassing, actually, for big tech because they have to protect themselves. So yeah, so the Snedhead Marathon, ready to roll, Dave? Bring it on. Hey, Barbara, how are you? Awesome. Freddie Martin, hold your head up high because Jesus Christ sees a beautiful man and women. Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate that. Yes, he does. Greetings from the great state of Texas, Brenda. I ordered a T-shirt. Can't wait. Awesome. Don, I would hit love, Selena. Thank you. That's awesome. Ohio ordered a tank shirt. Awesome. And we got more stuff coming too, guys. Just we needed to get that launched, right? We needed to get that launched. I'm sorry, you're still on the on that page, but that's kind of cool. So, at any rate, so cool to see you from around the world. All our friends down under in Australia and New Zealand, our friends across the pond in Europe, and we just appreciate you being here, especially given the time of day in England. Excuse me, which I love that you guys are up in the middle of the night like that. And that you choose to be with us. I'm so glad to have you. Alrighty, so let me ask you something. Ready for an all-nighter, Debbie? I don't know about that. Does anybody? Let me ask you this. I'm looking at the chat right now, just so you know, and I want to ask you. Did anybody else get hit by a truck today? Like, I don't know, around 2:30 in the afternoon. Pacific Standard Time, NC Brookside, tourney time, basketball tourney time. You know what? I'm so glad you mentioned that because, excuse me. Let's see. Hold on. Susan, Dave, can you make your display with text a bit bigger since on your new system the font has shrunk? You mean, yeah, let me check that. Thank you for bringing that up. Let me see what I can do with that. I am having some obstacles ever since I downloaded a new software, not a new software, but an update to the software. And, it's one of those things against my better judgment, I shouldn't have done it. So at any rate, I feel like I got hit by a truck today, right? Yeah, I took a nap, Arlene. Yes. Mess all day. Awesome. Bobby, ready for another great show. So glad to have you all here. Yeah, the window seems smaller. Okay. So what I yeah, it's the different monitors, I think. So we'll go back. Um, we'll figure it out. Freddie, we love you too. Thank you. So yeah, you guys had a nap from that. Hey, Joe Kem, Yo Kem, how do I pronounce that? Yeah, hello from the Netherlands. Good to see you. Yeah, I took a long nap. I want to go to. Here's what I want to do. I want to go to Twitter, and I want to go to and find out what the Schumann was happening. Oh, I got to do. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. I don't normally do it on that software. Let me bring that over. Uh, so, man, oh man. So I got a story for you today, and you guys know what you see is what you get here with me, and so I had to get a CV test today. And I have avoided that. I have never even thought about getting one because even when I was sick over the holidays, didn't even think about getting one. Why? Because I know that I knew I didn't have it, and I also know that this is never before in human history have we had a situation. Cheers, everybody! Happy Friday night! Friday night. Let's check our coats real quick. Most of you already did. If you're new here, welcome. We do a process where we imagine we're wearing this big winter coat and we're coming into this beautiful theater, and we're not going to wear a big bulky coat through the show. So we imagine all of our preconceived notions, unconscious bias, and our ego, our indoctrination, everything that gets in the way of hearing new information or being open to something we've never heard before, or being open especially to something that does not grok with our present reality. Okay. So the whole idea is you're coming into a safe space. We've got moderators that keep the assholes out, and so you're not going to be attacked for your beliefs, but at the same time, we're not looking for somebody that's completely indoctrinated that doesn't want to hear the truth, which is on the other side of the indoctrination. It's completely different from the indoctrination. So it's kind of like, if you owned a cannabis channel and you didn't believe in cannabis, why would you show up and bash others that believe cannabis is an awesome thing? So, it's like one of those things. It's like find somewhere else to go if this isn't your jam. And so you don't have to worry about, people attacking you here. And so imagine you've got this big coat on that's protecting you from the elements and you don't need it in here. So you check your coat, you take your claim ticket, you get your favorite drink, you get your favorite snack, your favorite person, your favorite pet, and come on in. So welcome, one and all. A lot of things happen. And the first thing I wanted to talk about is what I just started telling you about. And that is, well, let me just hold off on this. Let me just focus on you for a moment. If we could slow the roll, the comments for just a minute. This is pretty important. And so let's all take a deep breath, shall we? It's been a long week of anticipation, a long week of being called names, a long week of having our beliefs challenged, questioned. And so this is something that we should really replenish and cherish each other and ourselves going through this revolution that we are. Make no mistake, this is a revolution. This is a spiritual war that we are in. This is good versus evil. There's no mistaking that. Because the good, see there's some people that are caught up in the right and the left paradigm. They're caught up in Trump's an asshole or Biden's an asshole, or they're caught up in that right left paradigm, which is exactly where the cabal wants us. They want us. The Minuteman. That's a cool flag waving you got there. They want us. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Pam. So they want us fighting against each other in this right left paradigm, but what we're going to see happen very soon is, and there are no predictions, there's no timeline, but what I believe is going to happen very soon is that we are going to have these people exposed for crimes against humanity, horrendous crimes against humanity, child trafficking. We know it exists, and now we know who's doing it. And so that's going to all be exposed. And once that's exposed, then we're going to realize how important this battle was. And there are going to be people who are going to say that there are going to be people that say that they were on the right side of history, and there are going to be people that are going to say they were on the wrong side of history. There is no two ways about it. You're either on the side of right or the side of wrong. You're either on the side of good or on the side of evil. But the problem is that there are many people on the side of evil that there are many people on the side of evil that don't even realize they are. And that's how the devil has operated. That's how, the greatest trick the devil ever played was making people think he didn't exist. And that line, by the way, was delivered in the movie Usual Suspects by Kevin Spacey playing Kaiser Sose. And we didn't know at the time, some of us did, but the majority of people didn't know at the time that Kevin Spacey was a pedophile. And that Kevin Spacey had made, that he's a horrible human being. Okay. We know that now. All right. And also people that have come out against him have shown up dead. So, but that's the greatest trick the devil ever played, was making people think he didn't exist. And so therefore, every time we saw those symbols last night, every time you hit the Google Chrome symbol, and I'll show you, well, I don't have it up really, but every time you hit the Google Chrome symbol, you are basically supporting Satan because of the 666, because it's a satanic symbol. Every time you hit Gmail, you're supporting the Illuminati, the satanic cult of the Freemasons, the 33rd degree and above, because it's a Freemason apron. Every time you hit, Apple Store, it's a Masonic symbol. Every time you hit Google Play, it's a symbolism of Satan. So you got to say, Satan, get behind me. You got to say, Jesus Christ is my Lord. You got to say, as God is my Father, protect me, God, protect me. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thy rod and thy staff protect me. And, so these kind of things, right? Yeah, John, DuckDuckGo for all searches too, because they also they control the search engine, right? They control the searches and lead you to where they want you to go. Folks, we're almost up to 1900. I wanted to wait for a few more people to get in the room to tell this story. Excuse me. So I don't know what's going on. I'm exhausted, so please bear with me tonight. And it's just been a long week, and but I want to. You guys are giving me energy. I want to be with you right now. My family's not here right now. This is a perfect time for us to hang. Let's see. Dave, can you or your crew tell us what's with the green chat? Christine, I don't know what the green chat is. Are you in, you're in Facebook? Maybe one of the mods could help Christine. What's going on with the green chat? I don't know what that means. And so I got to tell you a story. So there are times, so I've never taken a test. I've never even thought about taking a test. And never before in human history have we taken a test for something that we don't show symptoms of. Okay. And yet people are testing like crazy and forcing testing like crazy of the CV-19 because of this hysteria and the fear. And some people are are fearful because they see the media. Other people are fearful because they've lost somebody to CV. That has happened, by the way, as much as I talk about the hoax and the blowing up of it all. People have died of CV. I've never not said that. And it's tragic. And our heart goes out to them. But never before have we tested for things that we didn't show symptoms of, right? And never before have we masked up as a society over a virus, okay? There's so much of this that is so wrong, and you know it, and I know it. And so we try to manage as best we can. So, without getting too much into it, for personal reasons, I chose to get a test today so that I could be around some people I care about deeply, and also primarily so that my daughter could be around people that we care about deeply, and I could support that. And so because it's a special occasion, and so I chose to go do it. So so a couple things. One, it was kind of hilarious. Obviously, I wasn't feeling too good about it, and I don't trust my information being out there in the world, but they've got it anyway. That's what we have to realize. Um, and so I basically I went, and before the test, I thought it was going to be a nose test. It was going to be a drive up, and I was going to be able to do it myself. I wasn't going to get out of the car, and so I thought it was going to be a nose thing. So I went and I got an Indian food, and I asked for the spiciest they could make. Okay, and I ate some Indian food. So by the time I get to the test, my nose is running like a faucet, right? Because that's how I'm going to do it. I'm not going to scrape my nose. I'm not going to go way up in there. No way in hell. Okay, so I'm just going to let it fall, on the thing, right? And yeah, so Duda and Math, yeah. So I'm very concerned about the nano chips, right? Like, are there nano chips on the swabs? By the way, excuse me, I tried to get an extra swab. They have them in kits and the whole bit. It's all monitored and the whole bit, so I couldn't get the swab because I'd like to get it tested, obviously on my end, like just the plain swab to see what's on it. And so, excuse me, I'm also going to get just checked out too as to what's going on with my throat. I do a lot of talking. I think that's a part of it. So, so at any rate, so I go, I get the Indian food. So I'm dripping, and here's the thing. It was a big campus, Pierce College in the Valley, all right, over in San Fernando Valley, about 20 minutes from me, 25 minutes. I get there. There's tents up, a lot of tents, and a big, huge parking lot at this Pierce College for students and faculty park. So it's all outdoor, all out in the parking lot. Huge tents, and excuse me. And I'm basically, there was a testing site and there was a vaccine site of where you could go, and somehow I got turned into the vaccine site, right? So I'm driving through the vaccine site. Now, I don't have this downloaded yet, uploaded to my system. So let me see. Oh, and I think I have a memory issue, so I don't even think that I got the I don't know if the video came out here, and it did not. That's fantastic. Okay, but the vaccine station there were probably 60 people in line, like a what do you call it? Um, in line like a cattle and sheep in these corrals, waiting for this vaccine. I felt such a disturbance in the force as I drove through this area. And they're excitedly, parking you and helping you out and the whole bit. Young kids, for the most part. And when I say young, probably in their, 20s and 30s. And I'm like, no, I'm here for the test. And they're like, okay, you got to go through there or whatever. So I get around to where the test is. And the guy sees me eating. And he says, did you just eat that? And I said, yeah. He says, well, you got to wait 20 minutes until you get the test. I said, well, isn't it the nose test? And he says, no, it's the mouth test. All right, you got to scrape your mouth like you're brushing your teeth. And I'm like, oh, okay. He says, so you got to wait 20 minutes, right? So I go pull over and I just get some things done. And then I then drive to the area. You have to fill out this situation online. You have to get your number and all that. And so I drive through, and they gave you a packet, and this packet has a swab and a little vial and a little sponge thing, like a little almost like a makeup remover thing. And so I go, and basically what I did was I wasn't going to let it touch my cheek or my roof of my mouth or anything, right? So I just got, and you're supposed to cough 5 times deeply to kind of get some stuff up maybe. And then you just get the swab wet. And so I went in my mouth and just like in a pool, and then I did it and put it, and then you got to put it in like a mailbox situation. You drive by and you just stick it in this mailbox situation. And I spit out right away. I had some of Jazz's and Jim's Sovereign Silver, not Sovereign Silver, but Saint's Solution Silver. I use a Sovereign Silver container that I have had forever, that I use for the dropper. And I put that in my mouth, swish it, spit out 3 times, and then I did some more and then swallowed of the silver. And so at any rate, there was just such a disturbance in the force, seeing all these people lined up for this experimental shot, and it was heartbreaking, because even if, let's say that years from now, months from now, we see it was like the only way to know if this is going to affect us from 2 years from now is if we go 2 years into the future. And so when I look and so that we don't know, people are talking about all these side effects that they're getting from this shot, but we don't know if these side effects are just temporary or if they're showing us something that may be permanent down the road, right? And so this is very disconcerting. But let's say, a couple years down the road, we find out that these shots are fine, that they're fine, okay? That could happen. Like, our bodies are amazing. Our bodies are able to adapt and to fight off things that come into our system. So let's just say, and I don't think this is the case, by the way, but let's just say this does happen, right? Like a couple years down the road, it's like, well, I guess they were fine. Maybe 10 years down the road, I guess no problem, right? But here's the problem. We don't know that. And yet we're lining up with the trust in our system, in our hospitals, we're doing these tests in the middle of a parking lot. We're doing these shots in the middle of a parking lot. Okay. We it's the same parking lot that, you maybe go and make out in, or you go and drink with your friends when you're in high school or college, or, it's like now we're getting, these shots in these parking lots. And so the problem is that we're lining up with the trust in the system that has not earned that trust. Johnson and Johnson had asbestos in baby powder and didn't tell us. Think about that. And now they're coming out with a shot. Okay. These pharmaceutical companies, their drugs have done they're the number 3 cause of death in the United States is pharmaceutical drugs. This whole system was set up by Rockefeller using his oil to make these pharmaceuticals. He got people to eat his oil, okay? Because they make these pharmaceuticals, they are petroleum-based. And he set up everything else to be used with oil as well, including clothing, okay? Getting rid of hemp clothing, okay? So it's the biggest problem is that we are like lemmings walking off a cliff, and we don't even, and we're trusting the people that are guiding us. And that's the only thing I ask of myself and of anybody, to just be careful who we trust. Be careful who we follow, and use our own mind, use our own ability to think freely and challenge the story we're being told. That's all. If somebody does real homework and looks into the ingredients in the shot or any shot, looks into the history, looks into the VAERS and some of those suits, like spends like a good amount of time, okay? And then decides to do it based on the information they've taken in. Hey, that's their choice. Everybody should have the sovereignty of freedom of choice. But the problem is, the people that are taking these shots are honestly, they'll do more research on which earbuds to buy so that they can listen to I don't know, what's her name? Cardi B. Wet Ass Pussy. Which, by the way, I had never seen a Cardi B song, never heard a Cardi B song until this week, when some of you Sneds were posting, we're getting rid of Dr. Seuss, but WAP is the most popular song of the year, is the song of the year. So I watched a video the other day, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, that's how much I insulate myself from pop culture and my family. Like, we don't watch this stuff. We don't listen to this stuff. And I watched a video, and I listened to the lyrics. I couldn't believe my eyes on the lyrics. So I watched one that actually printed the lyrics. Are you shitting me? I mean, I wasn't surprised, because that's why I avoid it. But I mean, it takes it to a whole nother level. And so, but people will spend more time looking up, earbuds and comparing the earbuds and looking at, what decibels and all that kind of stuff. They'll do that and they'll spend more time on that than they will looking into something that's going to be entering their body, made by an organization, made by a corporation that is in to profit. Yeah, and I got kicked off Twitch. Thank you, Christy. Yeah, I got kicked off Twitch, right? But they're showing, people murdering, other people in these video games and burning people alive and satanic evil shit and all this music and all this swearing but we get kicked off. Why? Because we're over the target and we're dropping truth bombs right into the heart of the cabal, and it is destroying them. One truth bomb at a time, that I drop, that you drop, that all these fabulous patriots out there drop, are tearing apart the satanic fabric of the cabal. And that's why they have to stop us. That's why they have to stop us. And when you Friendly Magus, badge of honor, Dave, thank you. When you realize that when you do this, Susan, yes, I got a COVID test today. The reason, and it was horrible. Like, it was just, I mean, I kept it from my being, but they've got my DNA. I think they've had it ever since. When the baby is born, right? And they squeeze the blood out of the heel of the baby. Anybody who's had children, okay? It's literally, aside from the baby maybe crying when first comes out, okay, which my daughter did, until I went over and I called her the name that we called her while she was in utero, because we didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. And she immediately stopped crying when she heard my voice and heard me call her the name we called her in utero. And so that crying stopped. And then, maybe some crying for milk or whatever, little bits and pieces here. But then, and I never let her out of our sight, because, we never got shots or anything like that. She's very healthy, healthiest kid I know. And so, but the one thing that we had to do is we had to give blood. And so what they do is they prick the heel of the baby and they squeeze the shit out of the heel. And my child was crying during this whole process because they're taking blood to test her to make sure she's okay. And I didn't even realize this, but they're taking DNA at that time. They're taking DNA at the birth of the child and matching it to the birth certificate. So they've already got our DNA, or they've got it if they want it. But that was one of the issues. I didn't want my DNA being in the system like that, like they have. And I don't want them having any control over me should I, for whatever reason, test, false positive or whatever. So it's, yeah. I'm concerned about the particles in them. That's why I did it. I didn't touch my skin. I just kind of dipped it and took it out, and I created a pool of saliva. And so, but the reason I did it is because it's so that I could see some dear friends of ours who are having a tough time with this, or not having a tough time, but they're actually taking great precaution for their family. And we want to see them, my daughter especially, and so I did it for the family. So I kind of jumped on the grenade a little bit here, and went against my beliefs, went against my stance on this whole situation. and yet, sometimes we've got to do something that we don't want to do, and so that's why I did it. But at any rate, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what I get back, and I'll keep you posted on that. But at any rate, but I got to share that with you because, I'm railing against this whole machine, and so I would be a false, you know, just a false man if I didn't share with you that I, kind of dipped my toe into the absolute, thing that I rail against. So and I understand that sometimes we're in those situations. So yeah. so it's to be with dear friends that have to have everybody tested before they see them. And these dear friends, by the way, have lost some close friends to CV, so they have a legitimate fear, as well as I think some hyped up irrational fear. But I want to honor them, and it's my daughter's best friend, and so we want to spend some time together. So, excuse me. So, welcome everybody. Thank you. Yeah, we do some stuff for, and my daughter's very appreciative, by the way, because she knows that I went against something that I wanted to do. So, at any rate, so welcome one and all. Happy Friday. I'm glad we're hanging here together. And but at any rate, when I got back from that test, oh my God, I don't know if it was the disturbance in the force that I was feeling. And I've got my Healy on, if you see the thing, because I'm trying to get myself out of this funk. I haven't turned it on yet because I had to charge it. But for those of you, by the way, who have ordered the Healy and are trying to order the Healy, please bear with us. This weekend we'll get over some stuff. We'll have a what do you call it? Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll put the Zoom link in the chat. We'll have a Healy call so that you can kind of work through this all. We'll have a Zoom call because yeah, JC, what's going on in Israel is tragic, and we're going to get into that tonight. Thank you for mentioning that. It's tragic, folks, what's going on in Israel. And I'm going to play this, by the way, Michael. It's about 6 minutes long, and he did an amazing job, straight from the heart. And we're going to watch that tonight together, okay? So thank you, JC, for dropping that for me as well. And so we are. So at any rate, boy, oh boy, did I get hit by a truck, and I just had to take a nap. And next thing you know, I'm waking up. It's 5:30, and which is a bummer because I had a bunch of work I had to get done this afternoon. I had to make sure the sound was worked out, so I had to come in and work on that tonight. So at any rate, no, I didn't. But I know what you mean, like the nano chips and all. No, as soon as I did it, I spit out. I rinsed with silver. I spit out. So I just think yeah, everyone. There's a lot of people that were exhausted today. So what I started to do was I started going on Twitter, and let me pull that up because I want to see what the Schumann bot is doing here. And let me see what's happening because. Oh man, was I hit hard. And Schumann resonance today. Let me take you there with me. I don't know. Why is my picture not up there? All right. That's all right. As long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. Okay. So the Schumann bot, let's take a look at today. This was 26 minutes ago. This was 2 hours ago. Let's pull this up a couple hours ago. This was 3.5, and this was today. Holy cow, 3.6. It was jumping, wasn't it, folks? It was jumping. Yeah, so it was spiking right here, and that was like right around, yeah, it's right around, so it's 6 o'clock. This is, it was spiking throughout the day. So, so that might have been what we were feeling right here. Look at this. Look at this. It went through the chart here, folks. It went through the freaking chart. That's amazing. And 5, can somebody help me with what time this is? 4 or 5, is this Pacific, is this Eastern Standard? So if this was 5, or that was 6, that means it was about 3 o'clock, my time. And wow, I just got crushed through this time. About 2:30 on, I just got crushed. And so that might explain, I think that explains it. Yeah. So that's why I asked if you guys felt that as well, and I know many of you did. And Denise, your head was killing you today. So that's the Schumann resonance, Audrey, and Schumann resonance is basically it gives us. Laura, you fell asleep at your computer. Wow. Okay. So the thing about what that is. I want to take you to it, and I also let me get more specific about that with you here for a second. Let me find some of the sneds. You have sent me some stuff. I know Trista did some work on that. Let me see if I can find that easily. And the Schumann. And by the way, and I'll show you something else too. Let me see. Okay. All right. So let me. This is from Trista Dreamweaver here. Okay. And let me see if I can read you a little bit here. Okay. So recently on one of Dave's shows, there was a little conversation about the Schumann resonance and what we might learn from looking at it and deciphering it. A few days before that, Dave was kind enough to stream to us one of his Akashic Records readings. Let me get through that. Let me see. So here we go. I am not an expert. I am not a scientist. I don't think I'm a psychic, although I do have a story or two. I've never met my angels or spirit guides. I've never seen a UFO, but there's a story there too. Let's see. Okay. The resonance is the Earth's song or language. It is frequency based. When we speak of frequency, it sometimes means sound, which we can hear. Resonance frequencies do not occur in a range we can hear audibly. Think dog whistle. The resonance also occurs in amplitudes, which sometimes means loudness or volume, but since we can't audibly hear the frequency, we also could not detect volume. Think if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it still make a sound? So together, frequency and amplitude in terms of resonance translates to how dense and how crisp or how wide and how tall. This is frequency. Note in particular the bottom line in green. So let me pull this up for you. And this is, what's really significant about this is not only what we're showing you and what I'm telling you about it, but also about how some of you experienced the same thing that I did over this afternoon. Okay, that's what I find to be very, very interesting. So this is frequency. Note in particular the bottom line in green. This is a visual presentation of the frequency in its normal recorded range that is attributed to the Earth. Make a note of how the line moves and how to compare this chart. This is amplitude. Note again the green line. See that the spike takes it up beyond its normal range. Note how the spikes brought it up into the area of the red. Okay. Notice how the spikes in green in the bottom chart do not necessarily correlate with the green line at the top chart. This demonstrates that the normal frequency plus minus breath became amplified plus minus clarity. The top chart is, let's say, normal conversation. The bottom chart are moments in the conversation when the speaker gets emphatic. Okay, or a better, sorry about that, for those of you that have me turned up, or a better example might be in a crowded restaurant where there is lots of jolly conversation and noises of hungry diners, top chart. When in the kitchen, someone drops the stack of glasses, bottom chart. The green's frequency range, we said, was the language or song of the earth. Really, all the lines represent the earth's noise or voice, but we generally come to understand that particular range equates to us too as humans. So let's look at the various brainwave frequencies and see if we can relate them to the chart. And then we'll look at the composite chart, the one we're most used to seeing. Take a look at this image, which I took from a YouTube channel I watch called Susan Inspired. And I'm going to show you this directly here. Okay. I will link my sources at the end, of course. Okay. Again, this is from Trista Dreamweaver. As you can see here, the areas labeled in the margin correspond to brain wave frequencies: high beta, beta, low beta, alpha, and theta. Okay. So this is how the different frequencies behave. Beta waves. These are known as high-frequency, low-amplitude brain waves that are commonly observed while we are awake. They are involved in conscious thought, logical thinking, and tend to have a stimulating effect. Having the right amount of beta waves allows us to focus and complete school or work-based tasks easily. Having too much beta may lead us to experiencing excessive stress or anxiety. The higher the beta frequencies are associated with high levels of arousal. When you drink caffeine or have another stimulant, your beta activity will naturally increase. Think of these as being very fast brain waves that most people exhibit throughout the day in order to complete conscious tasks such as critical thinking, writing, reading, and socialization. Alpha waves. This frequency range bridges the gap between our conscious and subconscious frequency range and promotes feelings of deep relaxation. Okay. If we become stressed, a phenomenon called alpha blocking may occur, which involves excessive beta activity and very little alpha. Essentially, the beta waves block out the production of alpha because we become too aroused. All right. Too much daydreaming, inability to focus, too relaxed. This could be, this could have been what was going on today. And let me show you again. This is the alpha right through here, which is what I believe we were experiencing today. Okay, let me take us to this. Well, just look at this spike right here. Okay, and so just a few more minutes on this, and I want to get moving on here. But I wanted to share this because of what happened today. And then, so that's the alpha. The theta, this particular frequency is involved in daydreaming and sleep. Theta waves are connected to us experiencing and feeling deep and raw emotions. Too much theta activity may make people prone to bouts of depression and may make them highly suggestible based on the fact that they are in a deeply relaxed, semi-hypnotic state. I want to give you an example real quick. This came to me today, and I thought, things come to me throughout the day, and I think I want to share this with the Snedheads, right? And I had loaded up the car a couple days ago because it was going to rain with some stuff that I needed to take down to the shed at the bottom of our driveway. But I didn't take it because my knee was bothering me, and so I said, well, I'll do it later, right? Put off, So today I stopped the car down at the bottom. I took trash out that I had taken down with me. I put that in the trash can, and then I came around, I got in the car and drove off, and I got down the mountain when I realized I still had the stuff in the back that I could have very easily taken out and put in the shed right where I had parked. And I thought to myself, wow, I wasn't very aware of my surroundings in that moment because I could have very easily looked. I could have seen in the back. It's a Subaru, right? So I would have seen through the window the stuff stacked up because when I'm looking in my rear view, I can't see out the back. And so my awareness wasn't really there, right? But I was aware of other things, right? Like I was aware of like the things that are going on, our tyranny. I was thinking about the craziness of the testing and all that I was about to go do, and so I was doing that, and then but I realized that there are other people that would have been aware in that situation of what was in the back, taken it out, put it away, been all set, good to go, right? And there was also other unawareness. I had water in the back. We get 5 gallon jugs of reverse osmosis water, and then we remineralize it. And and one of these days I'll buy a real water system so I don't have to go to the store and fill up these 5 gallon jugs. But I had those too, and I didn't want to drive, with those in, waste more gas a whole bit. So I went back up the driveway and I took those out, and then I was ready to go. So my awareness was not very good around what was right in front of me. But I am aware of things that, this spiritual war that we're in. And I thought to myself, some people might have been very aware of that, but they're not aware of the fact that we're living in a matrix. We are living in, by the way, we're going to have the original author of The Matrix on next Friday. And I'm looking very forward to that, having Tom on. We're going to talk this weekend. And so we're going to have him on next Friday. So look out for that. We're going to talk Matrix, and we're going to get into what we're living in right now, folks. Okay. And so there are many that are not aware of those types of situations, like what's really happening in the world around us, but they can see the damn water in the back seat. Okay. Or they can see the things that I got to put away in the shed, right? In the back, right? So at any rate, so I thought of that. And so as I'm talking about these theta waves and all these different wavelengths of the Schumann resonance, I guess I just want to share that it's so important that we're aware of not just our present environment, but how the outside world can influence us. And this is part of the outside world that I'm sharing with you now, that Trista did this beautiful deep dive on, and that we are influenced by the earth. We're influenced by magnetic frequency. We're influenced by energy. We're influenced by others' energy and all this. And so that's why I think something like this is so important to kind of take a sidestep tonight. I've been wanting to talk more about the Schumann, haven't gotten around to it, and I also wanted this to get up on the website, which I'll be able to do very soon. But at the time Trista got this to me, we had jumped to websites, and I wasn't able to really do it the way I wanted to, because I just didn't have the knowledge of it. But so anyway, so let me finish this. So the theta waves are connected to us experiencing and feeling deep and raw emotions. Too much may make people prone to bouts of depression, highly suggestible, based on the fact that they are in a deeply relaxed, semi-hypnotic state. Theta has its benefits of help. By the way, this is what they will put you into. This is what television will do. It puts you into a hypnotic state, theta. Theta has its benefits of helping improve our intuition, creativity, and makes us feel more natural. It's also involved in restorative sleep. As long as theta isn't produced in excess during our waking hours, it is a very helpful brainwave range. Too much, ADHD, depression, hyperactivity, impulsivity, inattentiveness. Too little, anxiety, poor emotional awareness, stress. Optimal is creativity, emotional connection, intuition, relaxation. There are also gamma waves. These are involved in higher processing tasks as well as cognitive functioning. Gamma waves are important for learning, memory, and information processing. It is thought that the 40 hertz gamma wave is important for the binding of our senses in regards to perception and are involved in learning new material. It has been found that individuals who are mentally challenged and have learning disabilities tend to have lower gamma activity than average. To optimal is binding senses, cognitive, information processing, learning, perception, REM sleep, and then delta waves, right? These are the slowest recorded brain waves in human beings. They are found most often in infants as well as young children. As we age, we tend to produce less delta, even during deep sleep. They are associated with the deepest levels of relaxation and restorative healing sleep. They have also been found to be involved in unconscious bodily functions such as regulating heartbeat and digestion. Adequate production of delta waves helps us feel completely rejuvenated after we wake up from a good night's sleep. If there is abnormal delta activity, an individual may experience learning disabilities or have difficulties maintaining conscious awareness, such as in cases of brain injuries. Optimal is immune system, natural healing, restorative, deep sleep. Okay? And so this is, and so the chart, so that's how you can read the different levels of the chart. Okay, and I'll get this out to you. Here's what, and it gets into the chakras and things like that. So if you want to do a deep dive on this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it on the website for you, and then you can read into it deeper. But you can see that Trista did an incredible work here, and also a lot of great links that you can go to. Okay, and so so I'll let you know when we get that up. I also want to let you know that we're going to get our second newsletter out, and I'm going to work on that this weekend. Wendy Healy's helping with that, and thank you, Wendy. And we'll connect this weekend. And so, if you want to be on the newsletter, okay, all you have to do is go to the IndoctriNATION.com. Okay, go to contact, and just put in your information here. Okay, we don't share your information with anybody. We keep it safe here. Barbara takes care of all that. Barbara Russler and Snedhead Bubby, and just send. You can even type a message about the show or what have you. So please go there if you want to be. And this is also good because the more we're censored, the more we're going to have to let you know where we're at through email and through text. Okay, so please go to the IndoctriNATION.com contact, and you can fill out that information there. And by the way, a lot of great information. Hot Zone has some great information on here. This is where we're going to drop the Schumann resonance stuff. So you've got NXIVM, Hunter Biden, Ghislaine, General Flynn, election 2020, Clinton Foundation, Biden. Some great stuff here, guys. Some really great stuff here that's like real research. Okay. All right. And some really important information. So please use this. That my goal with this whole project, folks, has been to educate certainly and provide resources for you to educate yourself, right? And so it's there for you. Please use it. We've spent a lot of time getting it there for you. Please use it and support this Truthcast that we put out. Okay. All right. So I do want to I'm going to show you this video here. This was one of the things, and by the way, this is on the topic of what I experienced today, which was a disturbance in the force. Okay. And I, again, thank you, Trista, for all the work that you did on that. And I've been wanting to get deeper into that for some time. And it seems like we've just been, holy cow, just been busier than a one-armed paper hanger, for crying out loud. And so let me share this story of this gentleman here. He's in Israel. I'm going to play it for you. It's about 6 minutes long. If you've seen it before, maybe you can do some things like the show, go on and look at some of that research and so forth. And let me play him for you, and let's listen in. Okay.
This is Michael Gano with Insight to Israel and Chocolates for Heroes. And I'm here in Haifa. We're getting ready to do a shooting for a movie that I'm the lead role in. And people need to know what's happening here in Israel. I just got unblocked from Facebook after 30 days, and I have to be careful about everything I say because I could be blocked again. Right now, the government is using the Ministry of Justice to monitor Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Telegram. They are blocking, banning, and deleting, and will even criminally prosecute anyone that has any negative voice against the vaccine that's literally not by government standards, but by government advertisement, anything negative said about the vaccine. This is not a vaccine in the truest international medical definition. This is a synthetic drug. It hasn't been tested, it hasn't been tried, but because Israel is leading the way in this vaccination, they want everyone vaccinated. That's the goal. Right now, if you don't take the vaccination, you're segregated in your job. Your employment's being threatened. There are principals of schools that are saying if your child's not vaccinated, they can not come to school. And all this is illegal. It's illegal by the law. And the government's doing nothing to step in and stop it. They're rolling over the rights of individuals to choose what goes in their body. The Prime Minister wants to make this the epicenter of the world, vaccine epicenter. He wants to move, and he will move Moderna and Pfizer factories here. And this will be the main distribution point. You cannot buy, sell, or travel in this country and have freedom unless you're vaccinated. The Green Passport is being promoted here in Israel to the EU, who will have the Green Passport starting before the summer. Folks, there's been half of the country that's been vaccinated already. And the atmosphere here is pitting Jews against Jews. The ones that are vaccinated, they still have to wear a mask, they still have to social distance. They blame ones that haven't vaccinated for the continued problems here in Israel when it's the government that's locking everything down. For example, in the state of Florida, they're wide open. They have 22 million people in Florida, and the state's wide open. Children are going to school. There's no forced masks. There's no forced vaccinations. Here in Israel, there's only 9 million people, and the atmosphere that's here is unbelievable. Those who will not comply with the government are being segregated, persecuted, ostracized, and it's ungodly. The religious say that this vaccine is from God. No, it's from Bill Gates. It's from the World Economic Forum that Bibi's a part of. This is not a secret. Their goal is, Bill Gates, if you study his whole history, he's about population control. I don't know how much time I have left in the country. I've been saying this for a few months, but I know my time is growing shorter and shorter. For those that have vaccinated, I have nothing to say. For those who haven't, who are fighting for your freedom, you can't imagine the pressure that is on these people all day. They need your prayers. They're reaching out to the outside world. But this time, there's nothing to save any of us except for God. We should not be forced to put an experimental drug, a synthetic drug, that the government's not responsible for. If something happens to your child, if something happens to you, the government takes no responsibility. If something happens to you or your child or your family, your friends, your loved ones, You can't sue the manufacturer. The laws are already in place. We should not be forced to take something into our arm. And this is just the beginning. They're already saying that in 6 months you have to get another, then another. I've been doing videos for an entire year about this and the steps that are being taken to undermine our freedom, to diminish our rights as individuals. My rights come from God and not from government. And I am the determiner of my destiny and my eternity. Please pray for the Jewish people, those that are fighting for their freedom. The government controls the media. They started a political party seeking for human rights. And the government, the head of the party was a doctor. They stripped him of his medical license. They've silenced him. The media is not allowed to interview them. They're ostracized here. Folks, you better know what's coming to your country. It's tyranny. That's all that it is. This is Michael Gano with Insight to Israel. We pray for God to deliver us and bring us freedom.
Thank you, Michael, for that heartfelt broadcast from from Israel, and I have also there's quite a bit of I need to bring up our Facebook here. Excuse me. There's quite a bit of propaganda there as well, and I want to bring that up and show you something. Okay, thank you. I'm looking for who's got the video that was produced. It shows cameras and the whole bit of the in Israel, of the people that were filming a scene. And if you guys have that, please drop it to me. And I just had it up. Oh, I know where it is. I'll pull it up. I've got it, folks. Thank you. There's several places. Oh, by the way, I see the green background. This is what you guys are talking about. I don't know what controls that. Christy just sent that to me. Excuse me. And so I caught a little, here we go. Let me see if I can find this here. Here it is. Okay. Let me show this to you. Look at the dolly, the camera on the dolly. They've got a high-tech camera there, very smooth dolly. That's in Israel. So that's what we're seeing there is an absolute travesty, is an absolute indoctrination of what's happening to push this narrative forward. Somebody just said, and I missed it, I'm sorry, somebody just pulled out her rosary. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. And let's pray for the people of Israel. I am down with that. Um, let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this evening. Thank you for bringing us together in a manner of seeking truth and glory to you and glory to each other, because when we operate in truth, we can connect with each other in ways that are just not available to us connecting with other human beings in a sea of lies. And so we ask you, Lord, to watch over the people of Israel and watch over every nation and every people that are oppressed and forced to do um, the bidding of the cabal, do the bidding of the Illuminati, those who do not want what's best for humanity. And this evening, we especially direct our prayers towards all the Israeli people in Israel, and all the Palestinians as well, and to help them break free from the tyranny that they are under right now, by an oppressive government. Um, Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys, for that. That was a good idea to do that. Yeah, Satan, get behind us. God is in control and our protector. We are living in end times. I'd also like to think we're living in beginning times. Yeah. Um, um, yeah. So we don't know. All right. So that's I wanted to share that with you, and let me get back to some things on Facebook that I wanted to share. Then I want to get Todd and Cindy on here pretty soon here. I wanted to share this with you. This was from Christy Nance Taylor earlier in show chat, and this is a story about the Texas state rep who has Brian Slayton, who filed a bill requesting funds to finish Trump's southern border wall. He filed House Bill 2862, requesting funds to finish the southern border wall separating Texas and Mexico, a security project that began during former President Trump's administration. Though Trump completed 450 miles of new barriers along the southern border, one of President Biden's first executive orders ceased the wall's construction, leaving segments still unfinished, as we have previously reported. Staten said that President Trump fought to bring real border security and was opposed by Republicans and Democrats in Congress. While hundreds of miles of new wall were built under his leadership, the Biden administration has already ceased border wall construction. It's time for Texas to stand up and finish the work that President Trump started. Let's finish building the border wall now. I love to see that, and I also love to see what's happening right now, folks, with these states. Okay, that the states are gotta shake this off, folks. The states are doing some real great things because they're deciding what they are going to do and not do. Okay, and so we've got to be aware of that. Oh, I wanted to bring this to your attention too. I had mentioned that Johnson and Johnson, of course, are the company that put asbestos in baby powder. Okay, which absolutely caused ovarian cancer in women. Johnson and Johnson to test the CV vaccine on infants. Days after the FDA authorized J&J's CV vaccine for emergency use, the company announced plans to test it on newborns, despite the risks and strong evidence that CV poses virtually no risk to healthy children. This was Wednesday that this came out. And again, this is from LifeSite. I'd like to thank them for their reporting on this. Sites like this, folks, are being taken, censored, just like we're being censored, right? Along these lines, we're seeing also, speaking of censorship, okay, Sky News pressures Waterstones and Amazon to ban anti-vax books. Sky News is pressuring booksellers to stop selling books written by medical experts. In a segment running hourly today, Sky claims that Waterstones, Amazon, and Foils are selling books which contain anti-vaccine medical misinformation. These are medical experts, by the way. And non-medical experts, like publishers and CEOs and board members, non-medical experts are determining what and what is not medical misinformation. We have been censored on YouTube. I lost the Indoctrination YouTube channel with almost 11,000 subscribers. Why? Medical misinformation. We're not putting out any medical misinformation. We're putting out, I feel like I did a Joe Biden slip right there. We have put together the finest voter fraud team in the history of presidential races. So we have, we got kicked off for medical misinformation. I do not tell you what to do or what not to do here. I make no medical claims. What I do is I present you, the audience, with information so that you can use the information to think for yourself. That's it. And by the way, notice that YouTube and all these big tech are not censoring any of the networks, any of the newspapers, any of the, the online versions of all of these. Even though all of those, everyone I mentioned, the magazines, the newspapers, and the television, okay, they are all financed by pharma, big pharma, PHARMA, as I like to call it, PHARMA. All right. And not only are they financed by them, but they are propaganda for them. All right. So they're trying to, the report references a book written by Dr. Vernon Coleman entitled "Anyone Who Tells You Vax Are Safe and Effective Is Lying." The book has received hundreds of 5-star reviews on Amazon's website. Let's pull that up now, shall we? Let me pull it up over here. Over here. How you all doing? All right, I'm so glad we're hanging. Let's pull up this book here. It's called Anyone Vaccines Are Safe is Lying. And here it is, okay? $3.99 paperback, okay? 1,250 reviews, 83% have given it 5 stars. 83% have given it 5 stars by Vernon Coleman, okay? Paperback, March 27th, 2019, so very recent, okay? So this is even before the CV came out. So please, support that. I don't have an Amazon link because they declined me. They denied me. What a shocker. I'm probably the biggest anti-Bezos, anti-Amazon person on the internet right now, because I tell you that he basically got funded. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me give you this here. This is anyone who tells you vaccines are safe and effective is lying. So this is it. Because I've told you that he bought the Washington Post with money from the CIA, because the CIA gave him over $600 million for cloud computing, and he used that to buy the Washington Post. Yay! And now he uses propaganda with the Washington Post against humanity, as well as, this is the guy who also has shut down multiple businesses, right? Multiple businesses, mom and pops, with his business. His books have topped bestseller lists around the world, and he was a national newspaper columnist for many years. Sky asked the booksellers to explain why they were not providing annotations to suggest that Vernon's book contains disputed claims. Sky's report doesn't provide a single example of a disputed claim in Vernon Coleman's book. So, guys, look up Sky News. Look up the who are the owners of Sky News? Is it Murdoch's? Please drop that in the chat if you have a handle on that, especially all our friends down under. But that's what we're up against, folks. This is censorship. So while everybody is up in arms, okay, about the censorship of Dr. Seuss, no one's up in arms about the censorship of books by best-selling doctors, just basically telling you about the perils of these shots. Okay, and so that's really, really, really important to understand that we're being lied to. Okay, we're being lied to on a large scale, and I wanted to show you one more thing here on this topic, and then moving on to other topics. This is what I wanted to show you. Okay, this is from my friend Robert Clark here on Facebook. Great guy, Robert. And pharmacy. Where does pharmacy come from? Pharmacy comes from pharmakos. A pharmakos was a Greek, okay, was ritualistic sacrifice or exile of a human scapegoat or victim. What? Pharmakos, Greek. In ancient Greek religion was the ritualistic sacrifice or exile of a human scapegoat or victim. Ritual. A slave, a cripple, or a criminal was chosen and expelled from the community at times of disaster, famine, invasion, or plague, or at times of calendrical crisis. It was believed that this would bring about purification. On the first day of the Thargelia, a festival of Apollo at Athens, two men, the pharmakoi, were led out as if to be sacrificed as a what? Expiation. I don't know that word, expiation. The pharmakoi were let out as to be sacrificed as an expiation. Some scholia state that pharmakoi were actually sacrificed, thrown from a cliff, or burned. But many, what was I just saying, folks, about those lining up for the shot today? It made me think of lemmings, like going off a cliff, right? Okay, and here we are seeing the pharmakoi, that the thrown from a cliff or burned, but many modern scholars reject this, arguing that the earliest source for the pharmakos, the iambic satirist Hipponax, shows the pharmakoi being beaten and stoned but not executed. A more plausible explanation would be that sometimes they were executed and sometimes not, depending on the attitude of the victim. For instance, a deliberate, unrepentant murderer would most likely be put to death. Okay? Aesop, you guys remember Aesop's fables, all right? discuss the parallels between the legendary biography of Aesop, in which he is unjustly tried and executed by the Delphians, and the Pharmakos ritual. For example, Aesop is grotesquely deformed, as was the Pharmakos in some traditions, and Aesop was thrown from a cliff, as was the Pharmakos in some traditions. That was a repeat. George Gregory Nagy, the best of the Achaeans, compared Aesop's Pharmakos death to the worst of the Achaeans in the Iliad. There cites more recently both Daniel Ogden, the crooked kings of ancient Greece, and Tot Compton, victim of. Compton surveys important poets who were exiled, executed, or suffered unjust trials, either in history, legend, or Greek. Folks, how interesting. And by the way, some of these just come up live in the show. That's why I love to do live. By the way, I've got the Helion trying to get my energy back up, and I think it's working. But let me just do something here. Okay, and here we go. And so, how interesting that I had this vision of lemmings at watching the vaccination site today. I had this is from, I'm talking about Paharma, right? We're talking about the origin of this word that my friend Robert pulled up today. They're talking about how they would have them going off a cliff, like the lemmings, and sometimes executed. And how interesting that they were doing it with the poets, with the writers. And what were we just talking about? The censorship of doctors who are actually putting out real medical information. Okay, so this is where we are at right now in human history, folks, and it's scary. It's scary, but what we keep coming back to on this broadcast, that we keep reminding you about, that I and Todd both keep you reminding you about, is that 17 has told us countless times patriots are in control. They have seen the future. So one of the things that tells me is that if they've seen the future, then they've also seen the results of all of these shots that people are getting. And either they're able to reverse the damage with the med beds that we keep hearing about, or they understand the necessity of casualties in any revolution, in any war. Okay? The first revolution, people died by the shot heard round the world, the shot of a musket. Single shot. In the second revolution, people were dying by a shot as well, from a syringe. There are casualties in every war, in every battle, and what our job is to share information, do what we can, connect with the people that are in charge, making decisions, let them know how we feel, come together as community, come together as family, and rail against the machine, the cabal machine, the evil, satanic, human trafficking, adrenochrome machine. Together, united, and with 17, take down this cabal. We have that in our power. This moment in human history is bigger than any other. I believe that through in my bones, deep into my soul, that we are a part of something much bigger than us. This isn't about, oh my gosh, hey, let me get some viewers, sell some t-shirts, let me do. No, that's not why I did this. It took me a year. You guys were asking me for t-shirts and swag a year ago. Why didn't I do it a year ago? Because that wasn't why I did this. I did 200 episodes. I did 200 shows before I ever asked for a dime, before I ever put my PayPal link up there. DaveSnet at Gmail. 200 shows I did before I ever asked for a dime. Because this isn't why I did this. I did this because this is a war. This is a spiritual war that we're in. And we are here together to fight in that war. And as we do this, as we find our battles, as we wage this war, we must do what we can to remain safe. But we also take risks. This is a risk. A lot of people out there doing this don't show their face, don't tell you their name, don't tell you where they live. That's just not my way. You are basically seeing a huge ass John Hancock across my screen here, because in the Revolutionary War, when they signed that Declaration of Independence, they put their lives in danger, and many of them were killed because of it. And John Hancock, while some of them wrote their names small and tried to make it non-legible, John Hancock made it very clear who he was and what he stood for. And to this day, because of the way he signed his name with a big, sweeping, "This is me, this is my statement." Today, if you are to sign anything, people will say, put your John Hancock right there, because of the courage that he had. And it's that kind of courage that is contagious in a fight such as this. And we must be contagious with each other in a good way. In a good way. Not in the way that contagion hurts us, but in a way that contagion helps us. Let me take you back to it's all coming together, folks. Okay, this is all flowing. All right. Todd, you and Cindy want to call in. I want to get you before it gets too late, and I've been going off on a rant here, and I'd love you to be here when I go over some of these as well. If you would call in through Messenger, please, and I'll get I've got to get the Chrome dialed up there. Satan, get behind me. Okay, trying to get this Healy going. Folks, the Healy can be very difficult. It can be difficult to order. It can be difficult to communicate with us. How am I doing? Butterfingers over here. I actually played pro basketball. You never know it. But it's worth it. I got to tell you, I've been frustrated by this little device. I've been frustrated by the company, but they're overwhelmed. They're in Germany. These things are selling like crazy because the word of mouth is just going through the roof. And so I will tell you that it is worth going through some hassle to get to it. I promise you that. Okay. All right. Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. You sound amazing.
Wonderful. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's up with the green screen?
So do we like the green screen or no?
I'm thinking no, but that's just me.
Well, I tell you,
It's kind of
can we get a
different.
vote on that, guys? Let me see in the chat. What do you guys like the green screen or no? And is it just in Facebook or where is it?
I'm seeing it in Facebook, the comments. I thought maybe it was for St. Patty's Day or something.
Oh yes, exactly. That's right. I forgot. I
That's
forgot.
right. That's what you did it for.
Okay. Um, let me see. What green? No green screen on Facebook. So where is it?
I sent you a screenshot of what I was seeing in the show chat, and
Okay.
I saw a couple other people mention it too. They saw it too. So,
I see it.
it's in our Facebook Messenger.
I see it right now here. That's what it looks like. I
Yeah.
gotta say, it's not my best color. Um, uh, it's it looks like I threw up on the chat there. Basically, I think is what I'm getting
Yeah.
from that. Um,
It's kind of like the Wizard of Oz green sky, when the witch was getting ready to fly around.
or is it the Emerald City?
Well,
I
okay, that's better. It's all
okay.
how we look at it, right?
Emerald City, yeah, absolutely. And think of it as a four-leaf clover, right?
There you go.
Uh, yeah.
There you
So
go.
yeah, it looks like everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. It is unanimous.
Okay,
No, I'm
just
kidding.
forget it.
I'm kidding. I'm
Just
kidding.
don't listen to me, Dave.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um, yeah, I guess we'll go green through March, maybe St. Patty's Day. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no control over that, folks. And I'm lucky. I'm lucky that you're hearing both of us right now. Okay, so that's what,
And we
let's
don't sound
focus.
like I'm in a tin can.
No, not at all. People say you sound amazing, and you do to me as well. And I'm so glad because you guys put up with so much. But and green for healing, Lucy says. And Kathy
There we go.
says,
I like that one.
yeah, Kathy says it's quantum financial green. Um,
Oh, okay.
and by the
I'm
way,
starting to like the green better.
yeah. And so I tell you what, we'll do it. Yeah, Christy says she even switched to dark mode in Facebook and it's still green. Um, okay.
You can't get away from it.
Wade says I need a big pink fuzzy a bunny on my wall. Is that coming up for?
Aw.
Is that for what do you call it? It's Pepe Green. Sue says, yeah, Pepe Keck.
Okay,
Jay
yeah, I
says,
can see that.
yeah. Jay says
Okay.
Keck.
But
Awesome. Green for
maybe
go,
it's the white
baby.
hat.
Green for go. And Patty says that AOC hacked in with her new Green Deal.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Okay, so unfortunately, this green is costing us what is it, $19 trillion or whatever the hell it is. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really.
Um,
We don't like it that much.
all right. Mark's asking for YouTube green in YouTube. I have no control over this, folks. I'm telling you, you're lucky we're hearing us. Hey, so
People.
how am I doing so far? I hope I didn't wait too long to get you on.
No, not at all.
Awesome.
I was just intrigued about your day. Wow.
Yeah, how about that? How about that?
The
Well,
things we do.
the things we do for our babies, right?
Yep,
It's
that's for
it's
sure.
it's going to be great because she's going to be able to see her dear friend. And you know what? Here's the thing about it. The whole idea is for her to be able to see her dear friend without masks. And so
Right.
I'm like, okay. And this is also we're talking about our kids who have been, isolated behind a screen, a Zoom screen. And so I'm like, all right, let's. I'm sorry, folks. I've left up that. I'm sorry, I left that. See, you're, yeah. We're focusing on the green, and I'm leaving up my monitor screen for everybody to look at. Um, but so this is so she can socialize with friends, dear friends like sisters, and
Hmm.
without masks. And so yeah, you know what? If I got to jump on a grenade and still be okay, I'm okay.
Yeah.
So So, yeah, so it's
I
been an
saw a new
interesting
one
day.
tonight.
What's that?
I saw a new one. I said I saw a new one this evening.
What's that?
We had a little takeout from a nice little Irish pub that's close to our house, and the best horseshoes around. And
All right.
as I pulled away, I noticed that in their the outside garden area where they normally have, tables and everything, they now have individualized, clear little octagon shaped tents that you can sit in, your little bubble for your table.
No way. You mean each table has a bubble?
Yeah, each table has a bubble. I should have taken a picture of it.
Oh my God. And by the way,
I drove away laughing.
bear with me here, folks. I think people are saying I'm red tonight. I'm going to see if I can change this light and see if that makes a difference. Here, hold on.
You're red and the screen is green.
Yeah, exactly.
Santa Claus.
Hey, what's up, dude? All right, let's see.
What's happening?
Is that any better or is that still the same? Am I still like red? I got to figure out so much here, folks. That's what we're on a shoestring here, folks. You hear about a shoestring budget for production. This is more like a Velcro shoe. We don't even have money for shoestrings here.
The slip-on.
Yeah, slip-ons. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm very, very red. What the heck is going on here? Hold on. Almost orange. I don't want to be
Orange Man. Orange Man,
bad.
good, not bad.
Yeah.
Hey,
right?
Dave, maybe it's that test you took.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. That might have something to do with it. Okay. Is that better? Maybe that's better. I don't know. Okay.
The nanoparticles are probably operating now.
They're going up in me. They're taking over. Lori says I think you look great. You know what? That's the only comment I'm going to allow right now. That's the only one I'm going to read. And Flo says the same.
Only the good comments.
Yeah, it must be it's the Coca-Cola tanning bed, folks. I got to be honest with you. I'm trying to be less white.
White people are bad these days.
Oh, absolutely. We're horrible humans, dude. We're
So you're going red?
We're awful.
You're going red, not green.
Hey,
apparently orange is taken.
Orange is the new
Dusker Who says Orange Man rad. Orange Man rad.
Oh God.
Irene says I always look great. Yeah. No, guys, please, enough.
Way to go, Irene.
No, please,
Keep it coming,
more.
guys. No,
more.
seriously.
Come on, Irene.
Yeah, right. All right, that's more natural. Good. All right, I'll have to remember this setting. I'll have to figure out how to get back to this setting.
Tell the production crew to keep that setting.
Yeah. Hey, Frank, could you turn that light? Keep that light on that light. Yeah. Frank's we got Frank. He's in the union, so he's out sleeping in his truck. All right. I'm not
Shouldn't be doing the show in your grow room, Dave.
What's that? Yeah, I'm in my grow room.
You're doing your show in your grow room.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So hey, how you all doing? And what's what do you got? What's on your mind tonight? I want to jump into what you guys are doing, then we can go back to some stuff I had pulled up for us.
Mine has been recuperating and working on some online stuff today. I think you might be familiar with.
Yeah. So am I right about the Healy? Was it problematic? Because I know a friend of yours bought a Healy.
Yeah.
And it's a little problematic. Yeah.
Well, there's just I don't think the right word is
bugs out.
I don't think problematic is the word. I think that it just takes some patience. There's just some different steps that sometimes you got to jump through once or twice, and then it goes through okay. So I don't think problematic. I think
Okay.
you just got to have some patience.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it tested my patience
There's
a
a
few
learning
times.
curve.
Yeah, it's a learning curve for me.
Um, awesome. And how about you, Todd? What was your day like? I know you were Cindy was getting
He
that
just
going.
woke up.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay.
Yeah,
dude, did
you
you get
wish.
hit today too?
Oh, I go off and on. I
Yeah.
didn't get hit today too bad. It hasn't. You sound like you're going through like what I went through. Well, I think we might have both gone through a couple times
Yeah.
through this period where like there's absolute times where it feels like somebody just actually pushes a button and just
Yep.
shuts you down.
Yep. Yep.
And we've had really good weather here, so it's been, I think that helped too, getting a little sun,
Yep.
seeing a little bit of sun and some blue sky and a little warmth. That's a lot.
Fresh
That
air.
helps out a lot.
For sure.
But
Yep.
mainly I'm just watching the whole big picture, and it goes to, I read. I was limited to basically Telegram until just recently. I got the Facebook thing back up.
Oh, good.
Well,
Good.
Cindy did. I didn't, but
Oh, Cindy did.
she's
Is that why the first thing I saw was that you're in a relationship? Is that?
yeah,
is
that was but I didn't know if I should tell her or not.
And everybody was like,
Wow.
wait, is this the real Taller?
Wow, that I tell you what, man, that leash is tight.
I know. Never have the person that is
Hey.
building your Facebook site be someone you're involved with.
Exactly, right?
I can make it single.
Yeah, put up like the worst picture of you, right?
Oh, there's quite a few of those out there.
Hey, you got an orange man on.
Yeah, I'm kind of orange on my picture, so
Oh, there
I'm
you
following
go.
in Trump's
We'll keep it going.
footsteps.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I just fiddled around with I put the two pictures in. That's all I did. So, and I'm trying to get some friends that requested already back up and running. I like to get back locked and loaded, so when we do get some things, I can shoot them out on that when I'm not on the show.
And then get bumped again.
Well, it happens. You'll just build me another one.
And another one.
Awesome, Michelle.
But yeah, 40,000 foot view is where I'm at, and
Yep.
I don't like get too. I mean, when you look at the little minutia things, and somebody said something, can you dive on that and go deep on one thing? I haven't been doing that, and I haven't had access to my 17 drops, so that's been kind of that's been very tough, because I go to
Right.
Twitter and I look for people and I see if somebody's tweeted or not, and then I'm like, oh, timestamp, and then I'm like, well, I can't do it on a phone, so
Right.
it's impossible to do 40 drops on a phone.
Yeah,
It
and
just doesn't work out.
yeah, yeah. I sent you a computer charger, so that you should get that in a couple days. So hopefully that'll get.
Yeah, anybody that hasn't heard the story, I was booted off Facebook, booted off Messenger, booted off Twitter, and handcuffed by my computer charger breaking, all in the same basically 24-hour period. So
And you can't get another one like it.
yeah, so it's it's making it kind of difficult right now to do any big deep dives. So
yeah,
I'm just kind of 40,000 foot view, and I still see things and commercials. They've got I don't know if you've seen the Paula Abdul commercial. I might have mentioned it.
you mentioned
but
it.
it
I haven't
takes her
seen
from
it yet.
yeah.
If
It
somebody's
takes her
got that, we couldn't show that anyway. But go ahead.
yeah, it's a song, and
Yeah.
they show her dancing in the 80s, and then they add her from 2020 in there. And I think it's all predictive programming showing you what they can do. And right before that, there was a cloning commercial where one girl was driving the car, and then all of a sudden she appeared in the passenger seat with a different opinion about things, and then she appeared again in the back seat, and then another. So there were 4 of the same people There's been some definite cloning references and CGI references and fake, fake this, fake that. So I think they're kind of getting us used to that they're capable of doing that.
Right. Right.
A
Yeah.
lot of predictive programming.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing the catchphrases, I'm hearing even from anchors, I'm hearing storm, I'm hearing
Plan.
17. There's a lot of 17s. Jim Cramer in the morning. I don't know. I watch the market a little bit in the morning before I go and do anything. And he's always talking about this market hasn't done this in 17 years, or 17% of the people, or 17% of the companies. It's just like, oh my God, how many 17s do you have? Um, and it just goes on and on. When you look at things like I look at things, you see the signs all the time, and it can't be a coincidence.
Right.
It's just
Right.
it's mathematically not possible. And
Um,
what's another thing that's great is some of the people that I've kind of told about, how to see when they're trying to fool you on TV. Some people are reporting back, and saying, "Hey, you got to see this," and I'm seeing a lot of things that I missed. Like you put the Fauci up last night or the night before, wasn't it?
yep. Last night.
The really bad Fauci neck,
Yep.
that kind of thing. I mean, if you just look at that, you have to think, what's going on. And the other thing I did, Dave, last night for some reason I went to the live feed of the White House at night,
Right.
and I went to the live feed of the Capitol at night, and there were helicopters active in DC last night. And I could see there were helicopters, and they were up in very strong winds. I mean, they had to be 30 or 35-mile-an-hour winds, and they were pretty low for that kind of wind also,
Right.
especially with city, like that, with buildings. So there's something going on there, and they're messing with the feeds again, because I'm seeing repeated movement. Like I said, that guy walked back and forth 40 times on the White House steps
Right.
yesterday in
Right.
the same exact direction.
Yep.
Um, I looked at that again tonight, and I'm seeing some of the same activity. There's like lights that you can see, the helicopters, the lights of the helicopters, and some of them are planes in the background. You can tell the difference, and it's just, there's some activity going on there that they don't want us to see. And why
Right.
would that be?
Right. Right.
You just have to question it all and just kind of laugh at it, actually, at this point.
Um, the you said laughing at it, right? I mean, Todd, Cindy, did you ever imagine that we would see the things happening that we're seeing from a standpoint of Dr. Seuss books and books in general being censored, and
Potato Head.
Potato Head, thank you. You know, normalizing pedophilia, normalizing mother daughter relationship, that I can't even get into. Uh, just horrendous things that we're witnessing on a daily basis, and it doesn't make any sense unless it's being allowed, um, or it's being controlled, uh, almost like it's almost like if a car is speeding at, it's a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit and the car is doing 62, he's breaking the law, the driver. But the cop is not going to notice that, probably wouldn't even pull him over. But if they increase the speed to 90, and by contrast, that car is flying by other cars, then the police officer is going to take notice, and also all the other drivers on the road are going to take notice and kind of get out of the way. Especially when you see it coming up in your rear view. And so what I see happening here is everything that's happening has been accelerated and almost like on steroids, so that the police officer and everyone else can see by contrast just how absurd it all is, because that will awaken people to the dangers of allowing this type of behavior. And so I just see an acceleration like nobody's business through this all.
Yeah. I mean, just like opening the border and worrying about, saying, hey, keep your masks on and stay 6 feet away, but it's okay if thousands pour through the border and, they haven't been tested.
Mm-hmm. No.
Let's bring in 4,000 people and just release them. I mean, it's just the most absurd thing. You can't say one thing and make sense with the other the way it is.
Yeah.
You can't say we want public safety and then allow that. It's just like when we went back to the riots, Dave. Remember, you could riot without a face mask, but you couldn't go to a Trump rally.
Well, that's why the Trump rallies, they had to start calling them, what did they call? They call them
protests. Peaceful protests.
Peaceful protests. They couldn't call them a rally because they wouldn't have been able to gather. They wouldn't have gotten a permit. So they had to call them peaceful protests. Meanwhile, they're not protesting anything. They're just honoring their president, our president, and also coming together to celebrate his accomplishments and the accomplishments of our country over the past 4 years.
And, it goes back to the CNN reporter with the building on fire and people actually beating people over the head with things and saying it was a mainly peaceful protest, other than, the 3 people that got killed and the 47 injuries and the $1 billion in damage behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it was pretty good.
Exactly.
The people on the Titanic that survived could say, hey, other than hitting the iceberg, I was having a good time.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Titanic was sunk to push forward the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 to get rid of Astor Guggenheim and Isidor Straus. And we haven't even gotten into that deeply on how that was a false flag. I'm sorry, using that word. Yeah. So, yeah. And it's very it's very interesting.
Let's see how long it goes back. It's been like this. For people that have been awake for 20 years, they've seen, when 9/11 happened, they were jumping out of their chairs going, oh my God, we know what happened. And the rest of us slept at the same time,
Yeah.
And now we're just to the point where whoever's left is the people that are asleep are becoming fewer every day.
Yes.
And this absurdity in our faces is definitely helping. And the more that we get the numbers on our side, the better the ending's going to be.
Absolutely.
That's just a flat out fact.
Absolutely.
Because people that voted for Fake Joe, they're going to be they're going to be awakened now or soon. And if they haven't awakened now, then they're very it's very iffy if they're going to wake up at all.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
And some people, 17 said there's 6 to 8% that are just not going to be helped. They're never going to accept the reality of the facts that their lives were all a lie. And that's just, I don't know what it is about the human psyche. Some people just are not going to accept it. And I think I personally know some.
Yeah.
It's just like the person that I could take a whiteboard and I could put the top 100 things that President Trump did in the 4 years of office. and
Yep.
if I didn't have his name and I didn't have his face on there, and if I just said this president did this, would you reelect him, on a blind survey, take his Twitter account, oh my God, and his rubbing people the wrong way out of it, and
Yep.
just make him a factual, just a fact, just put the facts down. And there's no way in hell that that guy is not going to get elected.
I'm just putting up a MAGA pill while you're saying this.
And
his accomplishment
I
list.
do that. There was a time when I was really doing a lot of fighting in the summer, with individuals who were on the other side, and I could rattle off 30 really quick. I'm kind of out of practice now, but I used to be able to just go boom, 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 and and they would try to interrupt, and I'd say, no, I'm still going. It's like, let me finish, and then you can say something, because it's a fact. Another fact is there's no way what they're saying happened. You can't hide in your basement win an election. I'm sorry.
Yep.
It's not in the playbook.
Hey, believe me, I tried. When I was running for freshman class president against Dan Schneider at Griffin, I spent a lot of time in my basement with John Malkus, playing ping pong. So I didn't win. I did not win that election. Dan Schneider beat me. And so I can attest to the fact that if you try to run an election from your basement, it will not work and you will not be successful. But I will tell you, I became a kick-ass ping pong player. I'll tell you that much right now. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So you got that going for you.
I got that going for me, and I played my daughter yesterday, and I did okay. So, I still got it. I still got it.
See, just beat your kids until they start beating you. That's what I say.
Exactly.
I mean, in the games.
Yes, exactly. You're sounding like
Biden.
I'm
not going to punch my way out of it Joe.
You gotta. Hey, Todd, we got to keep punching at it, dude. We got to keep punching at it. Yes.
How do you get out of domestic violence? You keep punching at it, Dave. You keep punching away and punching and punching, and say punching as many times as you can to make your point.
What a nightmare he is. What an absolute nightmare. Hey, should we get everybody to go friend you? What do you want to do with that? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, in fact, I was going to accept everybody who all comers now,
Okay.
And then I was going to weed out later because I'm, welcome to Trollville. There will be trolls.
Yep.
And you know what? I started thinking that, we were kind of, it kind of pissed us off, in the first, 8 months or 10 months we were doing this, and I'm kind of coming around. I've seen how other guys have been handling the trolls. I think that we ought to maybe handle ours in the same way, is to maybe make fun of them.
Interesting.
Don't get mad. Make fun of them, and then maybe have all of our snedheads, go to wherever they are on Facebook and friend them, and then watch their posts, and then maybe react to some of what they had to post. I think that would be a really nice way. That way we could maybe start a conversation with our friends, the trolls.
Well, yeah.
That much time.
It's not a waste. It's fun.
Yeah. It's we'll let's see if you deal with that. I have a tendency to take just a different approach of just ignore them, and the mods are just getting rid of them. Because I just feel like at this point in time, it's really hard to take the Orange Man bad guys and girls across the line. I'm not saying you really have to waste any time, or you really have to have even that in your mindset. It's just maybe give them a little taste of their own troll medicine, especially the ones that aren't bots, but most of them are bots. Yeah, there's a lot of bots. And I'm getting, by the way, my friend
Lots of
requests.
bots.
My friend requests. Oh my gosh, it looks like 10 Miss America pageants. Um, you know, girls shots with their lips pursed and all that. Um,
Oh,
and by the
the fish
way,
lip,
what's that?
the fish lips.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. By the way, guys, I have Todd Gedominski. He has 278 friends. He's very lonely. Folks, go on Facebook. Todd Gedominski, Gedaminski. Just go and do a friend request there, please, and let's get him back up to where were you with your friends at the
I don't even know, to tell you the truth.
yeah.
In the thousands. I don't know.
Yeah, so let's get him back
I
up and just reach out and connect with Todd, and let's just act like it never happened, right? So let's get him back to where so that Facebook can't censor us, all right? And so please go a friend Todd there. Um,
And who knows? Maybe I'll post something that you like.
well, let's not get carried away.
I said, who knows?
And he said maybe.
Yeah.
This is
Also,
pretty
yeah.
cool.
Go ahead.
My phone hasn't stopped clicking since we said something. I mean, it's like bing, 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 bing. So I'm gonna get up there and I will have some friends now. Damn
Awesome.
it.
Yeah, I'm saying it like we're doing you all a favor by friending you. Meanwhile, guys, if you want to have some awesome content, go friend him because Todd, although he gets it all from me, it's some great content. Um,
Yeah. I usually have to run it by Dave to clean it up.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Hey, buddy, what do you think about this?
Hey, dude, yeah. But and by the way, yeah, no. So there's Todd dropped some bombs on there, folks. So go check it out. Um, Todd, also you got knocked off on a weekend where you didn't do shit too.
I didn't do anything for 4 days, so they must have read back in my file.
That's why they were like, "Uh-oh, something's up. He's about to drop the hammer. We gotta."
They were anticipating. Yeah,
we gotta shut him down.
They were right too, Dave. They were
right?
absolutely right, because that's how I found out I was blocked, because I had some gas to let loose.
Nice.
I was gonna blow up Facebook.
That's awesome, man. And by the way, if you're wanting to know which one he is, you're looking for. He's got that awesome. Dude, I mean, we forget about some of this stuff, Todd, but you've got the lightning striking the freaking Capitol, and folks, it was, we showed this live on the show, right? Not live. I mean, it was just somebody had just captured it that night. Okay,
Yep.
of the lightning striking. Okay, and I think it might be the Capitol building. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was in Washington, D.C. I think it was. It was either that or the monument.
So we're watching it. The monument is to the left, so it's not the monument. So I think it's either like the White House or the Capitol. But we're watching this, and somebody says, "Wait a minute, was there a queue?" And so we went back, and not only was there a queue here, that in another shot, but there's we figured out the Hebrew queue, right? Or I can't remember, the Arabic queue or the Hebrew queue. And so, I mean, it's just, we've had so many proofs that are beyond biblical. I mean, truly biblical, right? And yeah, so it's pretty.
Yeah. I kind of went back down memory lane, Dave. I had to go through my pictures to see what I was going to put as my, I didn't want to be just Mr. No Face Todd on there, so I went through all my pictures and I was like, oh, that's cool.
You definitely
But
look
I
like
went through
Orange.
like another 100. Yeah, Orange Man, good.
Yeah.
And so I was going through all my pictures and I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. Oh my God, that's awesome. Oh my God. And it was like all the stuff, with like the fake Biden distorted face and just fantastic stuff.
Yep.
I was
Yep.
like, God, you can't forget all this stuff,
Yep.
because that's all the facts that lead to where we are now.
Uh-huh.
In my book, I took so many pictures. I was taking pictures every day of lies to us.
Yep.
And I've got a whole documentation of it. If I just posted my photos, it would be like everybody would, probably be like, "Oh my God, that's so cool."
Yeah, why don't you just start doing that? Start dropping some of that because a lot of it, you're right. It's and by the way, 17 did tell us that we need to use memes um,
Yeah.
for our message. So, that don't forget that when you're, trying not to get kicked off of this one. Um,
Well, I'll make sure I post on a weekend, otherwise I'll get
yeah.
kicked off.
Um, let's see. Dave, on your drops, look up Tyler Perry. Comes out Tyler Perry Studios. Tyler Perry. Thank you, Michael. I'm gonna do that actually because I took a look at that the other day, and I want to pull that up. What? Yeah, I want to go into a few things. And it's not coming up. Nothing's coming up on the Q drops on Tyler Perry. Um, so Michael, please be more specific. But I will tell you that I went there the other day, and I'll take you guys there. Let me take you to. Let me see. Let me take you to.
Hey,
Oh,
Dave,
yeah, bud.
I have 197 friend requests on Facebook. Add that up. 197.
17, baby.
17.
That's awesome. Okay, no more. No more. Um,
That's crazy.
I'm trying to pull something up here. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take you guys on a journey here. Let me see. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Let me see.
Oh, by it's
There it
night.
is.
Oh, by the way, it's night time for Sleepy Joe. There's no lights on at the White House at all.
Okay, no lights on at the White House. Nice, nice. Okay,
He's getting
so
some good sleep.
speaking of Sleepy Joe, speaking of the White House, and the lights are out, so we know that there's nobody there. Let me go to Fort McPherson in Atlanta, Georgia. So you guys see where here. Let me blow this up a little bit bigger. So we're on Google Earth here, which, by the way, folks, used to be called Keyhole, and it was owned by the CIA, run through DARPA, created through DARPA, and when Facebook I'm sorry, when Google Earth was created, basically this is Keyhole. The CIA gave Google Earth Keyhole, but basically what happened was they can do this in real time. So let me go to Fort McPherson, Atlanta, Georgia. So watch, buckle your seatbelts here. Okay. This is Fort McPherson in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. Uh, this is Tyler Perry Studios. As you know, Tyler Perry is a very, very prolific filmmaker and makes his own style. I got to be honest with you, I've never seen a Tyler Perry movie. It's just not my jam. Seeing a big black man dressed up as a woman and all different characters, and I know he does that like Medea or whatever. I have a great deal of respect for him as you know what he's accomplished, and he's built this incredible studio here in Atlanta, Georgia. And if you go in, if we go in a little closer, um, I'm going to show you something here off to the left here, right there. Keep your eyes right there, okay? And I'm going to go in and closer and closer. And what you're going to see here is a replica of the White House. Okay. So this is a replica of the White House. Now, normally these Google Earth images are many years old. Okay, so what you could possibly see there now is going to look very different. Like they could have green grass there now. Um, they could have those candles, and obviously this is just a portion, a portion of the White House. Okay, but you know, if we're wondering where we're seeing the interior scenes, or if we're seeing some signs from the outside, they could have even extended this, and we don't even know because this is so old. Okay, um, so uh, so that's at Tyler Perry Studios. I want to try to get around to the other side. I don't quite know how to do that. Here, let me try. Let me try this coming in from this direction. Let me tilt this. Hold on. Yeah, I don't quite know how to do that. No, don't want to do that. I want to go back to that. So at any rate, we don't need to see the whole thing. But at any rate, I just wanted to show you that because we talked about the different White Houses that they could use, and it's kind of cool to be able to see that and see the possibilities. I'm not saying that Biden's in Tyler Perry Studios or anything like that, but he's definitely in a different White House than the one that we know to be true. And a lot of the scenes they could be shooting at the White House, like they did the outside with the Valentine's Day thing. That's a definite possibility that they're filming there because the White Hats are in control. So let's not forget that the White Hats are in control. And so there you have it. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I thought for sure, we know that they weren't at the White House or the Capitol in those, the inauguration. I've gone out and done, I've gone outside here. We're in Springfield. We're about at the same, what do they call it? Is it latitude or longitude? I always get those mixed up. I think it's latitude.
That's
line is like DC. We're almost parallel with DC.
Yeah, that's
we're not too far off.
That's latitude.
Yeah. So I did the sun thing at 11:45 to noon. And it's so high, Dave. I mean, it's
right.
It's way, way high in the sky. And, the shot that I took of the video where it's just peeking over the treetops, just is absolutely, there's no way that was done at almost noon.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool that you did that. Christy said the statue from CPAC of President Trump is on eBay for sale for $52,000 and has over 40 bids on it. From Teresa Richardson shared that with us. And what's that? Look at this.
Oh,
it's 50 over 50 grand.
There it
Yeah.
is.
Um,
Hilarious. That's awesome. Um, the also there's some stuff going on here with um, a couple things in show that WikiLeaks. This is Obama ran pedophile ring out of the White House. This is from 2017, and but this was first brought to our attention with the activities of the that party where they flew in all those hot dogs from Chicago for $60,000, and that really brought us to the attention. Also with the pizza, uh, you know, and then the gate scandal that was very prevalent. That pointed us to that situation, and so now we are absolutely um, not trusting President Obama, obviously, and what his role was there. And 17 keeps pointing us back to, by the way, keeps pointing us back to the Muslim Brotherhood and his connection with the Muslim Brotherhood. And so this is from Mike Ford. Take a look at the 1977 Stanford yearbook of Valerie Jarrett. I am a Iranian by birth and of my Islamic faith. I am also an American citizen, and I seek to help change America to be more Islamic country. My faith guides me, and I feel like it is going well in the transition of using freedom of religion in America against itself. Obviously, her handling of the language wasn't quite there yet, but this was the Obama's right hand gal. She even moved into um, his home on Massachusetts Avenue after he left office, and that's where he ran the shadow government and tried to undermine everything that President Trump was attempting to accomplish, and ended up accomplishing. So that didn't stop him. Um, so so yeah. But I wanted to get to a few more things that I had pulled up um, to share with you all, and this is from my friend Shanti, and she's fabulous, and and this was a meme that she posted today, and it says, "This too shall pass. It might pass like a kidney stone, but it will pass." I love that one. The and so remember, folks, this too shall pass doesn't mean it's not going to be painful. Okay,
yeah.
but it will pass. Oh, here's another good one.
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead.
hey, I sent you a picture of the LPGA winner last weekend. I meant to give this to you earlier,
Okay.
but I just thought maybe you'd get a little bit of a sign that I got.
The LPGA winner, that's in, you sent that to me?
In Messenger, yes.
Okay. All right.
I mean, come on, man.
Wow. Okay. This is the LPGA winner, Q Cells. Interesting. Interesting. Oh,
That's
your
Jessica
bunny.
Korda, her and her
And that's
her sister is number one, and she's like number three in the world. They're a former tennis player, professional tennis players' daughters, and they're kicking butt on the LPGA. But I just kind of flick through the golf channel just when I'm killing time, and I look up and I see Q Cells, and she's on the 18th green putting for the win.
Did you look into what Q Cells is?
No, I didn't.
It's a quantum technology. It is
even better.
Yeah, it is. It is. Here, let me pull it up. It's a manufacturer of photovoltaic solar cells with headquarters in Seoul, South Korea, and for technology innovation in Thalheim, Germany. The current company was created in February 2015 by combining Hanwha Solar One and Hanwha Q Cells. It is a subsidiary of the Hanwha Group. The company operates under brands Q Cells and Hanwha Solar. So it's all about solar power.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's wild.
I had to kind of double take. I was like, what did that say? Because
Yeah.
you're seeing things and you're like, oh my God.
Here's a meme by Annie Garrett. Looking forward to the day I can read the lyrics to WAP by Cardi B to my grandchildren at bedtime instead of that offensive green eggs and ham so they can grow up right. Yep, I feel you. I feel you, Annie. That's what I was getting at earlier.
I've got to do that. I've got to look at that, go through that song, I guess.
Oh, dude, don't even bother. Don't even bother. It's just a joke. Hey, this is from Christy Korth. This is in Times Square. Report any vax reaction to vaers.hhs.gov. And by the way, I don't think that this is financed by the VAERS. I don't think this is financed by the government. I bet this is a private person that put this up so that people can hit up the VAERS and know their rights of compensation when they get damaged from the vaccines. Because maybe it is because it's our money, by the way, that they use it. They use to pay these folks off, and that's tragic. So I wanted to go to, how I was showing you the pharmacos. Robert Clark, my friend, did another dive on AstraZeneca. Okay, one of the Paharma companies. Astra in Hindi is a weapon that is spoken over with the magical incantations, a prick or a dart or a bow and arrow. So AstraZeneca is a magical weapon to kill. They are a pharmacia company. AstraZeneca. Ice, i.e. kill stars, and it's a weapon. Okay? So, one of the things we want to make sure of is that we're paying attention to, the language, paying attention to what's really happening here around the world, and making sure that that we're just being aware, our awareness, like I mentioned earlier.
Well, Dave, have you seen the ticker symbol for Moderna?
No. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah,
that was an evil laugh.
It's an evil company.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, mRNA. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Rings a bell, doesn't it?
Wow. mRNA.
So this is the reason this company was established.
Yes. Yeah. That's amazing. And by the way, Fox isn't going to tell you this, folks. They're not going to get into this. because they are paid by these people. Moderna is an American pharmaceutical and biotechnology company based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Think MIT, think Harvard, think Muslim Brotherhood, think control over the population, think secret societies. It focuses on drug discovery, drug development, and vaccine technologies based on messenger RNA. Moderna's technology platform inserts synthetic nucleoside modified mRNA into human cells. This is not natural. It's turning us into AI, and and they forecast, by the way, 18.4 billion in CV-19 vaccine sales in 2021. Big business, folks. Big business. They are the producer of one of 2 CV vaccines currently being distributed throughout the country. They have already signed deals for 18.4 billion in product sales scheduled for delivery in 2021. Okay? This is a biotech company, folks. And they are changing our DNA. Speaking of changing our DNA, if the B, this is from Victoria Van Horn, if the B in LGBTQ stands for bi, then doesn't that mean there are 2 genders? Ben Shapiro, left wing destroyed. Okay, and that's where we're going with all this. They're changing our DNA. They change our DNA with the shots when we're infants. Okay, they put in these different fetus DNA into them. So that's why so many are having these questions about, am I a boy, am I a girl? But instead of letting them work through that, we are confusing them even more. And meanwhile, if you want to go see a Miley Cyrus concert, and you can see all of this, which is this is okay. Offended by a potato, but it's perfectly normal to take your child to a pop concert and see this kind of stuff, and also the kind of stuff that that is happening. And that's from Don
what else just
Hopwood. Don Hopwood. What's that, brother?
mRNA.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Interesting. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Neighborhood. You have to kind of stretch. But
yeah, it's like, a bit of a stretch.
You start thinking back of all of your childhood, even things back then, that seems like a million years ago for us.
Yeah.
But, this indoctrination goes way past that. So you got to think, like we talked about, we should have been more aware of the children going missing when they were popping up on milk cartons.
Yep. Yeah.
Your childhood, you got to think about what you were taught and how you were taught and who taught you.
Yeah.
And how it started for us. Kind of, you have to make it personal in order to understand it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's very much a it's very much a situation that could be very scary if we weren't already dialed into that we are in control. Patriots are in control, right? No, it's not against Mr. Rogers. That was a reach that Todd, pulled out of his butt.
Well, Tom Hanks played Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, that's true. But the real Mr. Rogers, I think, is some of the finest entertainment ever. And we introduced our daughter to it, and it was, pretty awesome watching her experience that for the first time and just, get into that. It's just so fresh. um, and real and genuine, right? And
Better than Pee Wee Herman.
yeah, yeah, well, yeah, yeah. Well, you know what was, Pee Wee was pretty awesome. I love Pee Wee stuff. And he just got kind of freaky later on and got caught, doing something in a movie theater that a lot of people do. It's unfortunate. But I don't know if he's
A lot of people do, Dave.
No, I mean, no, seriously, that's why those people
I know.
What kind of movie theaters do you go
I know
to?
what you're saying. It just sounded funny.
What kind of
It's like,
theaters?
why do you go to that kind of movie theater? You know what I mean?
In those kind of theaters, yeah, the
Yeah.
ones that have the plastic seats.
Yeah, are you
Is that
looking
in Amsterdam?
are you looking for plot development there? Are you following, are you going to a premiere? Yeah, yeah, it's very interesting. Hey, here's some footage of the southern border here. And let's check this out. I want to share this with you here, guys. Um, and let's listen in.
Doing their necessities on the side of the road. You got more than 100 kids right here living on the streets. And you're talking about that last week was almost 30 kids. Right now it's more than 100 kids and more than 1,000 migrants from all identities: Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, from all parts of the world, that they are awaiting for the political asylum to be done by the president of the United States of America, that is, Joe Biden. Let me see if I can flip the camera right here for you guys to see as I'm walking, and I'm trying to find the icon for me to flip it.
You might just have to do it front facing.
I have to do it front face. Okay.
Yep.
Well, let me just show right here, as I'm giving you guys a view right here of all the situation, how people are sleeping right here outside. And it is just horrible. And I'm going to walk, as I already did another live stream in YouTube. And also I did a live stream in Spanish and Facebook. And this is the actual situation. I want you guys to see how a lot of people are wearing a t-shirt that says, "Joe Biden, please let us in." And let me see if I can catch one person that is wearing it. And there's one person right here that is part of a foundation. You see the Commission International Human Rights over here. And you see this shirt right here that says, "Please, Joe Biden, let us in." Déjame ver tu camisa. It says, "Please, Biden, let us in." Please, Biden, let us in. Ahí viene la camisa. There you see the shirt. And it is just a multitude of people, kids. They're doing their necessities right here on the street. This is completely unhuman. And, this is because of one person, Kaylee, Suni, and Blake. One person that in the debates, I remember that he was arguing with Donald Trump, and he was saying to Donald Trump, "You know what? No, there's no coyotes trafficking children. There's nothing happening at the borders. There's no irregularities, and I am going to create a better pathway for migrants." And this is his better pathway right here. As you guys are seeing, if the camera is showing okay?
You're good.
This is, you see a lot of people wearing this Biden Let Us In shirt. You see people over here also with that shirt. There's a flag right here of Joe Biden outside of this tent that is strong right here. There's 4 families that they have been reported of being infected with COVID already in this place. Behind me, there's already 4 families that they're infected with COVID. So imagine that. Imagine the infection area. the most difficult thing about this is that the government of Mexico also is not doing anything about it. The sector of health is not here. As I was talking in my live feeds multiple times, I hope that the sector of health arrives here to take care of the infection situation. And I
no vengo a comer que haitiano que guanajeño que acá que allá. Ellos es otro pedo, es la vida de ellos. La una los ampara a ellos, nosotros no los ampara a nadie. Solo que Joe Biden nos deja de entrar. Pero la UNE viene y los agarra y se los lleva. ¿Y sabe por qué dejaron de llevarlos? No le quiero contar a usted, venga, aguante. ¿Sabe por qué le quiero decir que por qué? Ya no lo llevan porque llegaron allá. Hicieron una revolución.
Let me ask her. ¿Cuál es el problema, señora? What is the problem? I'm asking.
Estamos platicando con él. El señor que se fue.
We're talking to him.
I can speak English too.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm speaking with a man that was here and walk away. He was talking about the Haitian. Okay, listen to me. Haitian.
Para acá, porque no le escucho, el micrófono está aquí cerquita.
Okay. Haitian is Haitian. We is Honduran. I'm a Central America Honduran.
Okay.
I'm from La Ceiba, Honduras.
Okay.
I represent Honduras. I don't represent Honduras. I represent my people that we need somewhere to be, somewhere to live.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Get a little bit closer. Let me ask you a question, all right? And we're talking about logics right here.
That's
Okay, now, who provoked this situation of you guys standing right here?
no one.
No, hold on. Who said to you guys that he was gonna let in by the numbers of 300 starting last Friday?
Okay, starting last Friday, I hear on Arrojo Vivo.
Joe Biden said that.
Joe Biden said that, and it was a big conference. And I'm sitting up, and I get up and I sit down.
So the person that we need
He
to
said,
demand.
listen to me.
Yes.
He said he was going to let in 25 people every day. That's called where? Not here.
He said 300. He said nothing.
He changed it. The last time, the first time.
So he's changing it exactly like he said that he was going to give 22 million people the citizenship,
Yeah.
and now he changed it to 11 million, and now he changed it to 9 million. What are your thoughts on him of saying all this? It looks like it's lying, or he's not lying.
That's what I want to get after.
Okay.
I want to ask him, do you really say, after did you say, Mr. Joe Biden, after did you say that you want to put in 300 people, that's in my eyes. And I saw the news, and I got my family there, that they're willing for me to get a real home, and I can work. And you can let me in if it even 6 months, I work and come back.
Let me ask the people in the studio. They want to ask a question, guys. You want to ask a question to the lady right here?
Tony. So my question is, if Joe Biden didn't come on here to tell everybody to come to America, would you be in this situation right now?
Again, Blake. Again.
Is all of this and why she got out of her house due to the fact that Joe Biden told her to come to America?
How many? You've been here since when? And if it wasn't for Joe Biden, where would you be right now? For this?
When for Joe Biden, where I wouldn't be. I want to let him know that if it wasn't for Obrador, I would have never been eaten in Mexico. But when all of my people, all the people that come in with me, that from the 29th of November, that got 2 years here, he didn't give us paper. We would have never have a job to survive and to dress and to how we to lay our head. But I want to tell him, he done one problem. He said 300 the first time. Now he said 25. 25.
So he's not keeping his promises.
He's not keeping his
Ma'am,
promises.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to
Try and help us. And we
Oscar,
just
tell her.
Yes. Just like, go ahead.
Tell her Joe Biden is a liar.
Everybody's doing what they can do.
In the studio, they're telling me that Joe Biden is a liar.
What he should do it. Just do what Donald Trump did and tell everybody get to him and find what to do. Just do what Donald Trump do. But don't tell people kids in and left mothers suffering, going, I would like them to take their kids and see what.
Thank you so much. 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 I'm leaving this place right here because it's getting kind of a hectic. This is how they get, when you start things that start getting a little bit heated. People start coming around and they start surrounding you. Kind of like it sounds a little bit like activists in the United States of America, that one person arrives and then another one and then another one and then another one. I have somebody with me, but don't worry about it. So I will walk with you guys. As you guys see it, they know now that what Joe Biden was continuously saying, it is all a lie. You guys are realizing now that this immigration factor and also the numbers that are registered in the border of El Paso are ridiculous right now, guys. 5,700 unaccompanied children were registered in the month of January. This is a humongous business, and I will tell you why. They're using this strategy of sending a kid alone to the United States of America to check as asking for the political asylum as a minor, and then the family arrives on the other side of the border, and they start demanding to the Department of Homeland Security, saying, you're separating families. We want to be with our kid on the United States. So it's a strategy, what they're doing and what they're basically using. Not only that, there have been cases where minors, guys, they arrive to the Department of Homeland Security with a fake birth certificate that is not even theirs, and it's not even a minor. You're talking about that they're 25, 26, 27 years old. So we don't even know if this minor that has their own birth certificate, if that minor has been kidnapped or that minor is still alive, or what is happening exactly with that. So let me change. If I will change the camera, if you guys want to ask me something, I will relate and I will elaborate as I'm walking in the middle of all of this.
Oscar.
That is, yes, go ahead.
Can you ask them where they got their shirts?
There's a nonprofit organization that sits in the back, and I will put the camera right now in the back of the shirt for you guys to see. I'm walking in the middle. I don't want to be walking right here that much because there's supposedly 4 families that they're infected with COVID, and really this is a situation, guys. There's a lot of children. It's a lot of children.
So a nonprofit is supporting this?
Yeah. Yes. There's a lot of nonprofits, as I have explained to you guys before. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations from the United States of America, which they're coming and they're helping, a lot of these individuals. A lot of these nonprofits come with good intentions, but a lot of them, they don't come with good intentions. You see right here, this is the kitchen where they are. ¿Qué pasión? No, el niño no lo puedo poner en la cámara. They want me to put a kid on the camera. And this is a guy that wants to say something, Blake. Están en el estudio, están en vivo desde Cleveland y ellos están en vivo desde otras ciudades, de una muchacha desde Japón. I'm telling them that we are live with you guys from Cleveland and with Suni from Japan. ¿Qué es lo que le quieres decir? What do you want to say?
Que nos ayuden, porque ya tenemos muchos días aquí, hay niños.
I'm asking them for help us. We have many days right here. We have kids. Look at, there's a lot of cars that they're coming over here. A lot of unrecognized cars, and basically he's telling me, that is the coyotes, which they're coming and, they're basically scouting people to take them over. Now, I'm going to ask him the same question that I asked the lady, Blake. Una pregunta rápida, la misma te la voy a hacer porque es otra transmisión. Este señor que trae la camisa les prometió a 300 diarios vamos a dejar entrar. ¿Cómo se sienten en este momento? ¿Se sienten traicionados? ¿Se sienten? This man right here that you're wearing a shirt, he's the one that told you guys that he was going to let in every day 300 people. How do you feel right now with this situation?
Sí, nos sentimos abandonados aquí porque no ha salido ningún tipo de gobierno de adentro a dar ninguna razón, nada, ninguno de adentro.
We feel betrayed because we haven't heard any governmental official coming out from the United States of America to give us explanations. Las restricciones de COVID es muy importante ahorita en Tijuana. Ya hay gente que está enferma aquí de COVID. ¿Cómo le están haciendo en la noche? The restrictions of COVID is really important, and there's already registered people that they're infected with COVID. What is your take on that? ¿Qué es lo que opinas acerca de eso?
No, sí estamos tomando mucho la medida y distanciamientos en la escuela cuando se recibe la comida. De igual manera, ya en la noche, pues, aquí se va a su carpa, también por el terreno.
We're trying to take the measures as much as we can, although, the situation is pretty precarious. is right here. Muchas gracias.
Sí,
Muchas gracias.
lo que le digo a usted, un grupo para allá ahorita a la línea.
Oh, se fue.
Sí, con camisa se fueron para allá, allá andan ahorita.
Tratando de querer entrar.
No, como estilo caminata para
Okay. Protestar.
así.
There's a protest right now that they just started around. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. He's saying that there's a protest that just started around 25 people with the shirts of Biden. They just went to the port of entry. The port of entry is not that far away. I will point it to you guys. It's all the way down there. And you know, another thing that I want to tell you guys is that the taxi drivers, the cab drivers, the local businesses right here have been affected 1,000%. I was talking to a taxi driver. He was telling me, you should see this in the morning. It's horrible. People, women are doing their necessities on the other side of the block. Let me just change it for you guys to see. There's no portable bathrooms. There's no place for them to shower. And this is all provoked also by the government of Mexico of signing the Globalist Compact of Immigration, letting them in, and they're not taking care of this situation now. It is provoked now. It's a trickle effect, guys, because Joe Biden now, he opened his mouth, and this is the effects right here, as you guys can see. Now, this is another family right here walking with these shirts. And I don't know if you guys want to ask something or want to elaborate before I start going and walking back.
No, Oscar, thank you so much for all you do. Keep updated with what's going on, and if you have any new information, don't hesitate to reach out for us. If you guys are not following Oscar L. Blue, make sure you're reaching out and following his page to get his live updates. But Oscar, thank you so much for coming on here. We truly appreciate it.
Yes, God bless you guys. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come in on your beautiful platform. You can follow me on Facebook as Oscar Blue, and also at YouTube as Oscar Blue, and also at Telegram as Blue. God bless you guys. Stay safe.
All right, that's we've seen Oscar L. Blue before, and folks, I recommend that that you follow Oscar L. Blue as he said on Facebook. We can find him. Let's find him right now and see if you can. We can. Let me hold on a second.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's really risking a lot doing what he's doing.
Absolutely. And I'm surprised, and I think this is him here. Let me see. This is Oscar L. Blue right here. Let me show you guys. There he is there. Hold on. Why is that not working? Hold on a second. Yeah, my computer just stopped working here. Deanna says she follows him daily. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. And I also wanted to bring your attention to, all right, why is that not working?
The other thing, Dave, I watched the evening news tonight with my brother as I was giving him the Healy treatment. And guess what? Guess what got 0.00% of the evening news with David
Yeah, this
Muir.
exact topic, yeah.
That border was not covered at all.
Of course not. Of course not. Yeah, it does not fit the narrative, my friend. It does not fit the narrative.
So even more reason to show it.
Yeah.
That's, that's kind of the point. We have to citizen journalist this shit
Absolutely.
out of this.
And folks, yeah, give me a second. I'm having some issues. I think I have to shut down my Facebook here. And I wanted to share with you that what we were doing was we were on Primetime Patriots channel. So I want to bring that up for you. And I also want to bring up Oscar L. Blue. So let me pull up YouTube. Okay. There we go. All right. So here's Oscar L. Blue. Okay. He's got 17,500 subscribers. If you go over there, tell him I sent you, and let's try to get him on the Truthcast, on the Indoctrination. All right. And also, let me go to. I also had pulled up I think it's Primetime Patriots. Okay. And here they are, Primetime Patriots. That was the broadcast that had him on. So please go and support them. They have 33,000 subscribers, so they've got a nice showing. And looks like they have a few different hosts there. And yeah, check them out. Let them know I sent you, and maybe we'll do a cross share with them as well. And then, let me bring up the Facebook again. I was having problems with Facebook. Let me pull up Facebook Oscar El Blue there, and because I know many of you are on Facebook. And so let me find him here. Let me see, Oscar El Blue. I'm furiously still doing the Healy here. And here's Oscar L. Blue right there, just like his page. And I can't, there we go. Oscar L. Blue, liked, and he's right there. And he's doing all these reports from the border, folks. And so that's really, really valuable. Hey, Todd, let's have some fun right now, folks. We are at 2,300, and one of our friends here is Prepping 101. And they have about 2,500 watching, about the same amount as we do. And I want us to do a love raid here, okay? Let's do a love raid. Let's have some fun. Let's go over and support their broadcast here. And I'm going to put they look like they're having some fun over there too. And if you don't know what this is, guys, I'm pasting the link in the chat, okay? And we're just going to go over all together, and we're going to just put out a bunch of love symbols, let them know I sent you, and the Indoctrination, David Snedeker, Todd, Cindy, and just let them know we sent you. And we're going to go over just for a few minutes here. Just drop a bunch of hearts. All right. Trudy is already over there, and let's listen in on their channel while we do it.
Mark, I think he's trying to say that he's wanting to go. I don't know.
I'm gone.
Drop the love.
I don't know,
hearts, people.
Guys, wait.
See you, Mark.
Enjoy your dinner, Mark.
Mark.
Yeah, we're going to a friend's house.
Drop the hearts. Let's see.
Hey, y'all need to stop talking over
Let's
each
get it
other.
up over 26,000
on the Bobby.
2,600.
Yeah.
Let's get at least 2,000 of us over there.
I love you, Mark.
See you later, Arkansas. Did you watch last night's stream? Did you? Because I was talking about, potentially hooking up with you, in a romantic kind of way.
Drop the love.
Yeah, I saw some of that, and I would love to hook up.
Yeah.
Love raid, guys. Love raid.
All right. See you later. I'm getting
These
out
guys
of
are
here.
doing some great stuff over there. Prepping 101. Drop it.
What? He got scared. What happened?
He's going out to dinner to a friend's house with a wife.
I know. I just
go over there, guys. Go over there and drop
the treatment his wife
there.
gives him. I'd be jumping.
No love from.
I was just trying to mess with him.
From me.
As long as I possibly could, just from. Like I do Patriot, because I do it with Patriot because he's ugly and he talks funny. But I mean,
the heart's got to be dropped over there, guys.
Whatever,
So follow the link, please. Let's see if we can get them up.
Yeah, start stuff.
They're over. Let me see.
I'll fight you like a kangaroo.
Let's have some fun with this.
I'll fight you like a possum.
Over there, and you come right back.
My stream gone?
So I have a couple interesting videos. I can give you the link or something. Or they're both from was kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like they're
Let them
dropping
know the
hints that
Snedeheads are here, guys.
Joe Biden ain't around on mainstream media.
Guys, don't drop the hearts here. Drop
Like
them
what?
over there.
I would love to show you the videos, but like
you gotta
like I
go
said
follow the
so
link
earlier,
and then
like it
drop
was
it
actually
over
right
there.
before I hopped on. Kayleigh McEnany, Trump's press secretary, was on, and she said, like the guy literally was like, he said Kamala
The love
Harris had
bombing.
been talking to the foreign leaders the last couple days.
Good to see you
And
guys.
again, first in history, vice presidents don't do that. They don't talk to
Are we
foreign
You are
being
being
rated?
rated, my friend. You are being rated by the Snedeheads.
Oh yeah, it looks
Now
like we
rate them.
are.
Now drop it
I
all.
know Montegraph was on earlier, but
Who's
I'm not.
rating?
Looks like it.
Let them know who's doing it.
From Dave's.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, hi, Dave.
Good. How you guys doing?
Long time
Good to
no
see you. It's been too long. Happy
Thank you,
Friday.
Dave.
Happy Friday, guys.
Another 15 minutes and I'm ending it.
Am I able to share my screen, or do I have to send a link to you?
You can share your screen if you can bring it up there in another tab.
Look at the love.
Yeah, oh yeah, I have it up.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. I'll see you guys again. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah,
all
we're
right, you guys
awesome.
rock too.
Too bad Hawk ain't here right now.
All right, Snedeheads.
What?
I'm gonna hop.
Let's come on back. Let's come on back. Let them get back to their awesome show. Check out Prepping 101, guys.
Quick,
I'm gonna hop off.
Somebody quick put closed captioning on.
You guys go ahead and come on back.
Do you want? Hey, somebody put closed captioning on your speech. You don't know how to talk either. You need to. I don't even know why you're on here right now.
See you guys. Awesome. All right. Well done, Snedeheads. Come on back. Come on back to the broadcast. Let's come on back. That was awesome. And just, just sending some love, guys. There's a lot of people out there doing some great work and spreading some real truth. And and it's great to see them. And we want to support each other as best we can. Because we are the new media. We are the new media, no question about it. So get your gear, folks. The indoctrination, baby. The indoctrination. I want to thank, let's see, I'm going to go back just a day or two. Shannon Donovan, thank you. Lynn's Home Design, Aaron Mays, Helen Overton, thank you so much for your support. Lisa Reyes, Melinda Richardson, Virginia Bryan, Cynthia Woodridge, Holly Winkleski. Some of you guys are buying gear and some of you are just donating. Thank you. Wanda Cooperid, Jacqueline Wiley, Philip Palumbo, Rory Karkoff, Mary Daly, Glenn Anolik. Again, thank you, Glenn. Faye Chafin. Thank you guys. That's pretty awesome. We appreciate the support for the Truthcast here. Through buying the merch on the IndoctriNATION.shop or the IndoctriNATION.com. Yeah, we've done that before. That's pretty cool. And they've love rated us. As a matter of fact, they're the ones that taught us how to do it. So, and I looked for a couple others to see if they were doing any live to see if we could go see somebody else. And nothing really up our alley. So we didn't do it. Todd, how you doing over there? I hope I didn't lose you guys. Did we lose you? Okay, good.
Oh no,
awesome.
No, we're here.
We were doing the love raid.
Wasn't that cool? Oh, Pappy Two Bears just came over from
Yeah,
Prepper 101. Yeah, they started it.
Yeah. They're professional.
Yeah, they're pros. Melinda came over from 101. Hi guys, good to see you all. Great people over there. So happy to have you. Welcome to be here. And so cool. We got to support each other, and we are the new media. And so it's important for us to connect with each other and really bury the mainstream media, the Mockingbird media. Awesome. Good to see you guys here. Somebody said no sound, but you got to probably go out and come back in. We definitely have this sound. Let's see. Hey, Hawk, good to see you, buddy. My live starts after you guys shut down. I try not to overcast anyone as important as you. Hawk, you're awesome, guys. Go check out Hawk Marsden, but he's the one he's responsible for all this, okay? So check out Hawk Marsden. Hawk, if you wouldn't mind dropping your link in here, your YouTube link, or wherever we can find you, that would be awesome. And thanks for introducing us to all the crew over at 101. Yeah, Hawk, how long you been watching? How long
Thanks,
you been
Hawk.
watching, bud? You've been with us a while. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Hawk 101 and prepping 101. Todd, I wanted to get into what did you want to do with the drops, because we haven't touched on that yet today. And what and I know we went over today's already. And let me just pull up.
Yeah, there's a linkage. There's a linkage between today's and tomorrow's, from what I remember before my computer said no mas.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's they're really good, and they're very simple. It seems like towards the end here that 17's making it pretty simple to follow. The paths are not hard. You know, they're all in the blue numbers, they're all in the deltas, and there's linkage, so you can follow them as far as you want to go. But like I said, I couldn't get back on it today.
Cool. Cool.
But you know, it's same thing.
Awesome.
Do it again.
Hey, here's Hawk's page here on YouTube. So awesome. Good to see you, Hawk.
Thanks,
Cool.
Hawk.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hawk rocks.
There you go. Good stuff. And so go check him out. Subscribe, please, guys. Support our friends and neighbors here. And so I'm going to take you. We're taking you to the drops now, folks. This is where it really gets interesting. Now, I just want to say this: that you know we are. I watch some broadcasts out there that are really awesome, but they're still, and I don't mean to say but, because they're very important. They're very powerful. They're waking up a lot of people. They're waking up a lot of, they're awakening a lot of people that are turning into patriots. They're talking a lot of common sense. But there's also an element to them that doesn't speak to me, and that is that if you're not engaging 17 in the conversation, we feel like you're missing out on something, right? It's almost like Todd, if you're watching a baseball game and you say, hey, I think this pitcher's going to throw a curveball. Okay. Right. Because Todd, played high level baseball, was a great pitcher. But it's one thing to have that conversation and then the guy ends up throwing a curveball. It's another thing for you to say he's throwing a curveball and here's why. Give us an example of why a pitcher would throw a curveball, and his backstory and the backstory of the batter and
Yeah. Well, you know, most hitters, you know, you don't make it to the major leagues or any high level baseball without being able to hit the fastball. That's the first pitch. Otherwise, that's a quick weed. That weeds everybody out. And the reason that a lot of guys have a lot of adjustment to the curveball is because curveballs are all different from different pitchers. They're all different speeds. There are more breaks on some. There's righties and lefties. So there's a big adjustment period for hitters to be able to hit. You know, some guys just can't wait back. They cannot wait for the ball to get there because they're so geared up for the fastball. So when you're talking about pitching, you know, most of the time, if you throw a fastball, you can tell by the way the guy's timing you. If he fouls it straight back and he has a really good cut, then you're probably going to either change location or change pitch, most likely pitch, because of the speed. And I used to sit in Busch Stadium, and I used to just happen to go down to the Cardinal games more than I went to the Cub games because they were closer and it seemed like an easier commute. And a lot of friends and family went there. So I sat there for a 9-inning game, and I called just about every pitch in the game.
Is that right?
I even
Is that
called
right?
location, like what he was going to do. Yeah.
And how old were you when you were
I
doing
went
this?
down there. I was just out of my career had just ended, so I was in my early 20s, mid 20s probably. And I was down there. Well, it was later than that. I was probably 30 because I had my first set of boys with me.
Okay.
And I was sitting next to a family, and I was telling the boys, I was like, this is going to be a fastball up and in. And the pitcher threw a fastball up and in. They said, well, why did he do that, Dad? And I explained. I said, because the guy had just thrown him a curveball low and away, and he had a good swing at it. He was reaching across the plate, and he had to get the plate back. So that when the guy reaches out over the plate and starts hitting that outside pitch on you, you have to buzz the tower. You have to knock him back off the plate with a fastball, and that's exactly what he did. So you lean
him. You kind of he
just
drew him over the plate to swing at that pitch, right? And
well, see, the pitcher was trying to dot the corner where it was really hard low and away for a hitter to hit.
Right.
But the hitter must have been guessing curveball at the time. So he was ready to reach out there and almost step on the plate to hit the ball. Okay. So as a pitcher, you see that. You see him stepping into the plate and into the pitch, and you're like, oh, he was waiting for that. So then your next pitch, you have to, if they start diving over the plate and hit, they call it plate coverage. If they cover the outside and cover the inside corner, then you're screwed as a pitcher. You have no place to throw. So you have to own one or the other, one side of the plate or the other. And in that situation, I said, oh, this guy's going to get dusted. He's going to knock him down even because he went out after it too aggressively. And he actually got his numbers dirty. He got flopped on the ground, and he was laying on his back, and the crowd was like booing, and the family next to me and around behind me heard me tell the boys, and they were like, how'd you know that was going to happen? And I said, well, you got to think like the pitcher, you got to think you can't let him dive out on your curveball away. If you do that, then you lose. There's no place for you to throw.
Interesting.
So it's just the way it is, and not to get into, the history of pitching and all that, but I think what the point is, is, that what we're seeing on TV and what 17 does, there's disinformation. So, 17 he gave us a lot of info early in this, even throughout the summer, fall, and through the winter, that made us believe that that this was coming to an end. And I think that was 17's version of a curveball or some kind of deceptive pitch in order to make the deep state react in a certain way. And by how they reacted through those basically, we were talking about using the fighter analogy too. You don't just walk out and say, hey, I'm going to hit you on the chin with my left hand.
Right.
You fake, you have a plan, you've got to move them around to get them where you want them, you want to hit them, you don't just walk out there
I talked to
punch away.
I asked
so it's kind
David
of the same
Rodriguez
way,
about that. I said, David, after you
what would he know?
Exactly.
What would he know about it?
I was like, you're in the corner with your trainer, and you're strategizing for the next round based on what just happened in the round previous. And you do you then broadcast to the guy what you're going to do? Your opponent? No, you've got to keep those things quiet. You've got to keep those things silent. But keep going, please.
Well, and you'll even see like the pitchers and catchers now, they'll talk into their gloves because of the cameras.
Yes, exactly.
They don't want anybody lip reading. And it's just like that. It's just like you said, in basketball, you don't invite the other team into your huddle.
Exactly.
And we were somewhat invited into the 17 Movement's huddle in order to be a part of this. And that's what's really cool about it. It's, as frustrating as it was the first 4 or 5 times, we thought, oh my God, it's going to happen this weekend. They're going to make all the arrests and it's going to be over. I can see now why they did that.
Yeah.
Because any way you look at it, the deep state always has a way of doing some harm. I mean, they're not all gone. So they're measuring and weighing out, if they do this, they will do that.
Yeah.
And it's a dance, it's a match, it's a chess game, it's mental, and that's what's so hard on us, I believe, is because, we don't know the plan. We're kind of like the hands, we're the hands of 17. He's faking with us, that they're faking with us and getting the deep state to react to what we put out. Right. They're going to do.
Right.
Because they're listening, we might not be, hundreds of thousands of people, might not be following us. We're probably suppressed as hell because of what we do with 17. I mean, that would be one heck of a reason to suppress us, because, anybody that's listened to us for the last year and doesn't believe in 17 hasn't been listening very closely.
No.
Because it's been proven so many times over and over and over, that what they're telling us is true, and Trump's involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the zero deltas alone, how can I say, President Trump, please tweet this, and have it happen at the same time? It's essentially what they're doing is, posting on the board and having President Trump say 3 seconds later what they want him to post. It's just, you can't
We've
do
seen
that.
far too many. Yeah.
And they did that on purpose so that we would believe it. And, I've heard this, oh, well, we don't believe in Q because it's a LARP, and, and other people have claimed that they put out this and blah, blah, blah. Just to put out a fake 17 would be genius.
It would be. Yeah.
Can you imagine the time and effort and hours and to even come close, but not have the correlation that we have?
It
you
would
see
be
what I'm
like
saying?
the most the most amazing prank ever created, and the most elaborate prank that you couldn't even imagine. What the amount of time it would have taken for that prank, and there's no way it's worth it in any level of no, not at all.
And then now, as we get farther in and deeper into it and understand it more, we see the correlations between the stamps and the deltas and the content of tweets, and and just like we read that drop last night, or you read the drop last night about the Q proof, where 17 posts something, then all of a sudden Department of Defense posts something, and then Nat Geo posts something, and they're all related and they're all tied together by timestamp and what was sent out, and it's all wrapped up with a 17 on a cup.
Yes.
Predominantly placed. I mean, it's just, there's no coincidences like that. I mean, if it were to happen once in the whole year that we've been, really diving into this, I'd say, oh, that's, one lucky deal. But this is just constant.
Yes. And so, so what I'm saying about these, so many truthers out there that are giving, no question about it, giving a lot of truth, but without the 17 being in the conversation, it just falls a little flat for me, because to me, it's not the whole picture.
Yep.
just like if we talked about
Right.
nothing but 17, but we didn't connect that with the events that are taking place in society. And so it really is, it's imperative to see the whole picture of what's transpiring, and so much of that is 17, and what's going on there. Um,
Well, and that's how you end up with a 6-hour
exactly.
show.
Yeah.
Because when if you're just doing the news, I could list that off. We could get through that and say today's
Yep.
events were, and we could be done in an
Exactly.
hour.
Some people do it in like half an hour, 22 minutes. They do the top 5 stories or whatever, 6 stories, and they're out of there, right? Um,
Yeah. I mean, even if we did an extreme case and we covered, multiple subjects and a little bit deeper than the news does without commercials,
yeah.
we'd still be, an hour or two just doing that
Yeah. So
part. But, we also try to explain, how that fits in with, the plan. And as it all ties together in a nice, neat bow, we have to, all loose ends, it all
yeah.
ties together.
Yeah.
I mean, the human, movement, all ties in, the money movement, the trilateral commission, the dark ops CIA, and just blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah, foreign government leaders, you know NGOs.
So
It's the whole thing is tied together, and that's what you have to do. You have to tie it together so that like when we talk about, oh, do you think the Supreme Court's really going to come out and make Trump,
right.
win the election?
Right.
No, we didn't expect it from day
Exactly.
one.
And
I didn't. I mean, I know you
yeah.
didn't, because that corruption had to be exposed. It's all about
Yeah.
exposure.
Yep.
And I knew Pence wasn't going to do the right thing. I knew nobody was going to do
Yeah.
the right thing. That's the way it had to go.
I've told the story about Margaret and I are walking down, Pennsylvania Avenue, and or what avenue were we walking down? The one, Constitution, I think we were on, towards the Capitol, and she had just gotten word from her daughter that Pence had not stopped the vote, um, in the Capitol, and she was like, "Oh man!" Like she was disappointed, right, Margaret? It's Constitution, right? And what did I say to you, Margaret, when you gave me the bad news? What I say to you at the time? Do you remember? Let me see if we can get her up here. Um, let me see. Here we go. And let's see. And yeah, you were pissed off, right? And you were pissed off. And what did I say? Um, and let me see. Let me see. And let me see. Who mentioned the 20th? Was that you, Margaret, that said that? Somebody bring that up again, that you mentioned the 20th. Yeah, we're at 3.5 hours right now. The basically I said, why are you acting surprised? Don't you listen to the show? And I busted her chops a little bit, right? And yeah, remember that? I said, why are you surprised? We knew he wasn't going to do this because military is the only way. And the only reason we knew that wasn't because I'm some genius, although, that's debatable. But but um, hey, no comment. But but it was
I was
because of
trying to be nice.
17. Because we've been
Right.
we've been tracking this, and military was the only way. And I posted on Facebook a couple weeks ago. 17 did not say SCOTUS is the only way. Okay, so yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
so at any rate, so this is Yeah, it's a long movie. No, this movie is not 4 years long. This movie has been going on a lot longer. Speaking of which, by the way, Todd, I want to go to a couple of the drops that the Sneds were asking me to look up the Q drop under Perry. Okay. And now none of them mention Tyler Perry of the studio we just showed you, but one of them does bring this up. And I thought this was very poignant. And I think this is why you guys were leading me in this direction. And this is You Have More Than You Know. Okay. This is Spy Operation White House Hussein, Valerie Jarrett, who we just showed you of her Stanford comment. Okay. Just a little while ago. DM, that's not ringing a bell right now. JBRE, a lot of these that we could get into, but it's all his team: HRC, DNC, NSA, CIA, and excuse me. And so JB, Joe Biden. Okay, so these are all these people that are involved in this. That talks about the fake news. The leaks, the POTUS Daily Brief, the Fusion GPS, Perkins Coal, the whole, that was whole Russian collusion. The tarmac final meeting, no charges, drop, and we'll get, basically Bill promised Loretta Lynch a Supreme Court seat. Go between Hussein, national security orders. So it gets into that, right? FISA apps false, activate domestic spy campaign. UK assisted, and that's why Trump had to go and stand in front of the Queen, step in front of the Queen, and show his dominance. And she supplicated to him. They never thought she would lose. They never thought she would lose, and that's why they're so dumb. Okay, these people are stupid because they got sloppy, folks. They got really, really, really sloppy. And then he goes to a tweet by Paula Perry, but that's since been removed. And then 17 says, "You have more than you know." Now, I know this is not as big as it used to be, folks, and I'm wondering, I'll try to figure out a better way to make this bigger. Let me see if I can do that now. Yeah, I can do that now. Let me do it now. Okay. So this is the one right here in the middle, okay? And let me go even a little bit bigger. Let me zoom in a little bit more, see if we can get to that point. Sometimes it just doesn't go any further. Yeah, it doesn't go any further. Okay, so this is it, but I pulled these pictures out. So this, Todd, is the watch, right? In the queue, and 17 says, "Have you applied to an intel agency?" Okay, because 17 is basically, this is from an anon, and this anon is basically hitting it out of the park, which is why 17 just said, "Have you applied to an intel agency?" Okay, and so I'm going to take you through the first one. Okay, the first one is right here. Okay, we're gonna get this one a little bit bigger. Now, here is first of all, here's the drop, okay? And that is this is 327.19, okay? Marker 2 set, okay? And on marker 2 set, by the way, guys, it says 305, possibly 306, okay? On this watch. Where are we now? We're at 305, 306, right? Okay. And this watch is in the Oval Office, and it shows where the watch would have been sitting either on this table here or on this table over here. And then it shows the camera facing, and then the reflection of the door. The top left of watch reflected, and the reflection on the walls, right? And so basically, by the way, you see the trees out front, okay? You see the grass, you see this is the real Oval Office, and you see the wallpaper, by the way. Okay, so this is the Trump Oval Office, possibly the Obama Oval Office. but we think it's Trump because it's the watch and there's a connection there, and it's a marker set. Okay, this was 3/27/19. Q proof. Watch is in the castle. Okay, so the castle is the White House. Now we go to the second one. Okay, and we see this is the Reagan White House. That's why you have a different rug, you have different wallpaper, because that's Ronald Reagan right there. Okay, sitting with his cabinet, looks like some staffers, and so we're showing that the camera is facing this direction and the watch is facing, and then it shows the same door. Okay, here. Okay, showing the same door. All right, so it's showing us multiple White House scenes with the same connection here. Okay, and this Q proof. Let me bring it up. Let me move it for you a little bit here. Marker 2 set Q, and again, this is the 327. Okay, 327 marker. Now let's go to the next one. And this one, this is the one showing you the Trump White House. Again, look at the wallpaper, folks. This wallpaper was not on any of Joe Biden's videos or pictures. Okay, but it was on Trump's and it was on Biden's. Same wallpaper. Okay, and so it's basically showing the watch facing, and so we're seeing this reflection off the watch. Now, and so the watch is in the castle. Okay. Now, why do I bring this up? First of all, because we just went to Tyler Perry, the fake White House that he has there. And the other thing is because the watch says 305, possibly 306. And also 17 is saying, have you applied to an intel agency? So we know this watch is in the Oval Office, and we know that basically that this is a 17 confirmation of what's going on. Okay, which brings more credibility to the 335, 36 and the confirmation. Okay. Any thoughts on that, Todd?
No, I think that's a good call all the way through. I was just going to bring up, the reason I kind of gravitate towards some of the guys that I listen to, just to see how they relate the posts to what the events are. Like it's just like you're saying, it's like you want a half a meal or do you want the whole meal? And I want the appetizer and I want the dessert with it too, along with the meat and potatoes. And 107 has been probably one of the best at it, as related to Q posts. So I kind of recommend him. But what you were saying there, when you put the watch in the White House, then in the castle, then I kind of look back at the fake Biden watch. I see him wearing a watch sometimes. I see other prominent people that wear watches. You try to put who they're talking about wearing the watch is, and the watch and the pen are together a lot.
Yep.
And the stationery, and then you have follow the pen, watch the water, and watch the water. There's watch in that
good
also.
Point.
Watch has
watch
the double
the water
meaning.
right here. Watch the water. This is.
Yeah, it kind of makes you think forwards and backwards, and relate, like watch and watch. Two different ways of saying it's like where and where.
And and this was a stormy situation under Clinton and the CIA with North Korea, and here is a peaceful, setting sun, under Trump. Watch the water. So many examples of Watch the Water from 17. And by the way, folks, this was the 3-year delta of March 6th. And if you go down, you'll see the water. Why is this event big? What does it signify? Why is North Korea out of the news as the world turns? And the March 5th, of course, we had the boom, 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 boom. Snowden, welcome to China, border crossing, Spartans in darkness. So we covered this last night, right? But what we wanted to show you is that even though 17 isn't dropping right now, you're seeing 17 in the deltas, right? And the deltas are so key here, in the sense that it's telling us, we went over the Red October steel plant, which we've been pointed to. Do you believe in coincidences? All the things that are happening. This Kobe steel plant and I believe it was Japan. Yeah, Japan's third biggest steel maker. This guy retired. There's just a lot of connections through all of this. That more steel connections with HRC and Clinton Foundation. This is going to, I promise you, lead us back to. Let me just read this one to you. This is 861, March 6, 2018. More steel connections. This is from an Anon, by the way, right? This is an Anon communicating to 17. Okay, and so what you're seeing here is more steel connections with HRC and Clinton Foundation, ? One of the attendees at these conferences speaks to the sickness of some donor relationships. Viktor Pinchuk, a steel magnate whose father-in-law, Leonid Kuchma, was president of the Ukraine from 1994 to 2005, has directed. Now, remember, folks, if you've seen the what is it called, The Lord of War? What was the one with Nicolas Cage, and he's the arms dealer? I think it was Lord of War or something like that. And basically, his connection was like an uncle in Ukraine. And so when the Soviet Union fell, Ukraine started selling guns all over the world. So all the guns, Lord of War. Thank you, Ryan. The Lord of War. Thank you, Friendly. So as you're seeing, all those weapons, all these drug lords, all these lords all over Africa, they were all supplied with AK-47s from this arms dealer. One of them was Khashoggi, who basically, he went to American University. He built the Khashoggi Center, which is where they played basketball. I used to play basketball at the old gym back in the day when I was working on Capitol Hill in '83. And so Khashoggi was an arms dealer, and there was questionable connections back then because everyone knew he was an arms dealer, and yet he's given American University all this money. And so they've since renamed the Khashoggi Center, I believe, because of the connection to this. But these arms were sold to anybody who would buy them. And so they were put literally in the hands of child soldiers. This all came out of the Ukraine. Okay, so Ukraine has been corrupt for a very long time. Viktor Pinchuk, a steel magnate whose father-in-law, Leonid Kuchma, was president of Ukraine from 1994 to 2005. Let me take you back to that as well. My picture-in-picture is not working right now. I don't know why. But it's okay. You know what it looked like. He directed between $10 million and $25 million to the foundation. They're talking about Clinton Foundation. He has lent his private plane to the Clintons and traveled to Los Angeles in 2011 to attend Mr. Clinton's star-studded 65th birthday celebration. between September 11 and November 12, Douglas E. Schoen, a former political consultant for Mr. Clinton, arranged about a dozen meetings with State Department officials on behalf of or with Mr. Pinchuk to discuss the continuing political crisis in Ukraine. According to reports, Mr. Schoen filed as a registered lobbyist. I had breakfast with Pinchuk. He will see you at the Brookings lunch. Melanie Verveer, a Ukrainian American then working for the State Department, wrote in a June 2012 email to Mrs. Clinton. Keep digging in on. They all have foundations and institutes for a reason. Stupid. Okay. This is let's copy. Let me take you here, and I'm also going to take you to Sean. Let's see where this takes us. Foundation ties bedevil Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia donated more than $10 million through a foundation. So did the son-in-law of former Ukrainian president, whose government was widely criticized for corruption and the murder of journalists. A Lebanese-Nigerian developer with vast business interests contributed as much as $5 million. They thrived on this generosity. It was a pay-for-play situation that Hillary Clinton set up. Now, what you're going to find is that the New York Times will drop one of these articles once in a while, but they'll never take it to the other level. They'll never take it to the next level. And that's why, with all the things that the Clintons have done, you've never seen them behind bars as of yet, because they also controlled the legislature. They controlled local government. They controlled the Supreme Court. This is a cabal unlike anything else we've seen on this planet that is very, very, very far-reaching. And this gentleman, who you're going to find out, let me find him here, okay? Hold on. Okay. Let's take it here. Okay. He has been one of the most influential political analysts, campaign consultants for over 30 years, a founding partner and principal strategist for Penn, Schoen, and Berlin. He's widely recognized as one of the co-inventors of overnight polling. Okay. Polling. Okay. This guy he's a lobbyist. He's very deep into everything that's going on. Let me see. And let me take you here, back to him here. And, they reach out to him quite a bit on things. He's a Democrat, close with the Bidens, close with the Clintons, very, very, very tied in. Okay. And then again, Todd, we jump over and we see March 6, 2018, stage set. Google, Facebook, Twitter, etc. are regulated. MSM is controlled. Use logic. Trust the plan. Okay. Why would 17 be talking about this back March 6, 2018? And we didn't have this kind of censorship back then that we do now. That was 3 years ago. Okay. Look at the censorship that we're seeing right now, and the exposure of the mainstream media. Okay.
Well, when Dave, when you're talking about censorship,
easy for you to say.
It was announced today that YouTube will not be putting Trump's account back up until the danger has passed.
Wow.
Which will be like never.
Wow. That's.
Yeah. So we're awaiting the platform. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Could you imagine just imagine a world where we were on equal footing, getting the truth out, 50-50.
We'd crush them. We'd crush them.
Yep.
We're crushing them. We're crushing them
even
now.
Even if we were a third.
What's that?
Yeah, even if we were a third, they had 2/3 and we had 1/3 of overall media.
We're crushing them now, which is why they got to shut us down. Right?
Right. Oh yeah, no doubt. We're a threat, or they wouldn't be messing with us.
Why would they have to shut down your Facebook if you weren't just absolutely crushing them right now? Why would they have to kick us off the Indoctrination with 11,000 subscribers off of YouTube, right? It just doesn't make any sense unless they're absolutely they're terrified, they're petrified. Yeah,
they should be.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to see. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. So we're definitely seeing some significant connections here. Here's another. There's the Watch the Water I had up earlier, and also the fake videos, Todd. Okay, this is from March 6th. Okay, 2018. Here come the fake videos too. Try as they might, fail they will. No free passes. MSM. Okay, so this was you were just talking about Paula Abdul. This is March 6, 2018. Again, 3 years ago, and they're talking about the fake, right? Yeah.
Yep. They're definitely signaling what's coming.
And the one right before that is they were talking about Haiti and smuggling of children, and how do they do it? Through a crisis. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So we're not going to get into all these guys because we want you to do some of this yourself, but this is every barrel has a bad apple, but in this case, bad apples do not spoil the bunch. The core is what counts. The swamp is everywhere. The swamp is everywhere. If you're wondering why this has taken the amount of time it has, folks, the reason being is because the swamp is deep and dark and wet, and it's absolutely takes a long time, okay, to get through this all.
Well, yeah, you have to even look at how deep it goes to local. Look at how much money Soros pumped into having attorney generals put in play. Cook County attorney generals. $2 million for Fox, for Kimberly Fox.
Yeah.
That did the Smollett trial. Why? Because they're all important. They all do a function. They all perform an act, and the money doesn't matter because they get it back.
Right.
That circular money, it doesn't matter because they run. Okay, they look at the circular money. They run big tech and the pharmaceutical companies and the politicians and the lobbyists. So the money goes in a big circle. If you're advertising, if you're a pharmaceutical company and you advertise on a network, well, you own the network, or somebody in your family owns the network, so you're paying yourself. It's unbelievable. That's why Soros can spend $2 million on a county, attorney general, or I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, yeah.
The money that they have and the power that they have, that they're this close to losing it all. I mean, how is that even possible?
Kirsten W. I heard her yesterday on Scott McKay. And by the way, Rob reached out to her, and Rob, who's doing all our T-shirts, guys, and you can find him, Rob Swade, and he reached out to her, and she got back to him right away about doing the show. So I'm going to reach out to her tomorrow about coming on next week. And she's been at this a long time, and she has some really really good, unique way of looking at things. And she was saying that the basically just what to what you were saying, and I totally lost my train of thought there for a second. It must be getting late. Yeah, we've been on 4 hours now. Um, uh, it had to do with the money. Oh, okay, I remember. And I want to check in with her when I talk to her about the source on this. But she said that Biden got 4.5 billion from China, for and the Ukraine. That China is deeply in control of Ukraine, and that he got 4.5 billion from them, for for the things that he's doing for that benefits China. But then he also got 4 billion. We are tracking the weather in Texas, and we've talked about this, that we believe that it was absolutely controlled. It was weather modified, and there are many ties to China, and that China had control of that weather modification, and that Biden allowed them to do that, through some control of the HARP. Now,
Yeah, the
geoengineering. Now,
geoengineering.
the questionable area in that I want to run by her is that patriots are in control. So how much of that is patriot control, and how much of that is that China still has access to some control of some of those situations. And so this is where we're not sure, and so we try to gather as much intel as we can. But at any rate, we're going to talk more about that, and hopefully have her on next week, um, and get some interesting perspectives of other patriots out there that have been speaking truth for a very long time. Um, so this is where we're at here right now, which is very, very interesting. Obviously, is that our faith is being tested. Our faith in God, our faith in 17. And by the way, there was somebody out there on some of the chats that was challenging. It was on Facebook. Sorry, it was on Facebook, and it was the I'll check that out, Kathy, about gene decode. But there was something about these that you got to read the Bible, and the Bible, Q is a LARP because it doesn't match the Bible or what have you. Well, here's the thing: you got to read 17 too. If you're going to read the Bible, you got to read 17 and know about the connection between them, and how reverent 17 is, um, for Jesus Christ, for God, for the Bible, for all things biblical. That this is going to be biblical, and so much so that they're very, very much connected. And so there's a real to me there's a real challenge right now to all the patriots in their belief in Trump and belief in 17 and belief in God, and because in the challenge that we're receiving is, why would God allow these things to happen? Why would Jesus allow these things to happen? Why wouldn't they come back and stop this? Why would 17 allow this to happen? Why would Trump allow this to happen? Right? And so, if I could speak for many of us here, through just understanding, humanity and how we are, I would say that uh, our faith has often been tested in our life, and we have questioned it, and we have always come back around to just trust. Trust in the plan, trust in God, trust in Jesus, trust in the people that we know whose hearts are good and doing good things. Trust in our family, trust in common sense. We're seeing all of these things being challenged right now, and it's always darkest before the dawn. And I believe that we have a dawn coming, and we are very, very close to it. And so, what we offer here, is hope, but not just a false hope, but a hope that we can actually look at the plan and look at the strategy and look at the words that have been spoken and really come away from it feeling, pretty darn good about where we are. And also to know that there are so much that is seen that we don't see. And for us to be able to say, you know what, um, this is all good, and that there's some things that we were not meant to know, and that we were just meant to trust. Doesn't mean bury our head in the sand. Doesn't mean curl up under our desk and stick our thumb in our mouth and hope for the best. It means to actively engage in the process, actively engage in free thinking, actively engage in the sharing of information, actively engage in connection with each other, connection with our family, connection with ourselves. Okay, folks, let's not look back on 2020 and 2021 and get caught up in this. We're going to be at cocktail parties. I don't know if you even call them that anymore, but we're going to be at dinner parties. We're going to be at barbecues at friends' houses. We're going to go to baseball games and things, and we're going to get back into living, and we're going to have conversations at these events with other people. And let's not get caught up in the surface, mundane conversation about what a nightmare 2020 was. Okay. Let's not get caught up in what a nightmare 2021 is. Everybody here listening to my words knows how you get out of a nightmare. You wake up. That's how you stop a nightmare. You wake up. And in 2020, we got perfect vision in 2020. And in 2021, we're getting even clearer vision. And we're using our eyes for the first time, many of us. And what we're seeing is disturbing, just those images down at the border. But we're also seeing what we need to see in order to break free from the indoctrination and step into a whole new paradigm, a whole new earthly paradigm that without the cabal, without the Illuminati, without the satanic pedophiles, blood drinkers, literally vampires, without them among us, so that good can rise to the top and not be snuffed by evil, so that our children can listen to music and not have it be, satanic, and not have it be, sexualizing them, you know, at an early age to break them out of their innocence, which is what they thrive on. Producing movies like Monsters Inc. that shows how the elite thrive on the terror of children. See, this is how they operate. This is how they 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 walk through the world, terrorizing children and to their benefit. And what we're witnessing right now and what we are a part of, again, what I've said and what Todd reminded us of is I talked about how 17 has allowed us in the huddle. And the only people allowed in the huddle at the end of the game or any time during the game, and we've heard that we're in the fourth quarter right now, because that's when you see desperation on, you know, played out by the other team. And that's what we're seeing by the cabal. We're seeing desperation. And that's either written by the white hats or written by the black hats. But the bottom line is you don't see that kind of activity in the first, second, or third quarter. You see it in the fourth quarter. And the reason why 17 has allowed us into this huddle is because the only people allowed in the huddle are the people that are responsible for executing to win the game. And they've allowed us into this huddle. Why? Because we are necessary in this. Todd, yeah.
Well, and Dave, just, you know, when you really think about it, you know, shouldn't the Dems be just elated that they have basically the presidency, they have Congress, and they have the Senate?
They don't look too happy, Todd.
They have the House and the Senate.
They don't look too happy.
And you even see it on the people that are putting out the news.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost palpable. You can almost feel the tension and that they're not happy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys are getting that. I mean, that's something you really gotta, like, just pay attention to that, because nobody on that side seems very happy. Why? They've got their dystopian society. All they have to do is vote for it. But they're not happy. They are not happy. Does Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or even Biden, you know, do they look happy?
No, and you know what else? I was thinking about this today, and that is, look at Jill Biden. Jill. She's miserable.
She looks miserable.
She's miserable.
Yeah. Well, and Kamala does that, you know, the fake bobblehead smile, laugh, ha ha ha. But that's so fake. You know, you can tell fake happiness over, like, wow, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it on all their faces.
Yep.
And wait till he has to answer a real question. I mean, I know it's actors because we know what's happening. But for the people that are almost there but need to get over the top, pay attention to their body language and the way they're acting, because they're embattled. I mean, even like CNN and MSNBC, and they're embattled. They're trying to hold on.
Elaine says they are so unhappy it's changed their physical appearance. No question about it. No question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something you got to keep in mind. I mean, you know, if evil has won and their mission's accomplished, they sure don't act like it.
Yeah, and Joseph says they are demon possessed. Yeah. And there are no celebrations. There are no, like Mike says, there is no happiness. Not in D.C., not in Hollywood, not in New York. Where are the celebrations? This is Duda and Math says trying to keep a poker face. Like they are. It's really telling. You bring up a great point. It's really telling how they are completely just miserable.
And how challenged are they by 17 with all the attacks? I saw them again today.
Yeah.
I mean, why do they keep beating a
Yep.
dead horse?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, they're beating that horse
Yeah.
till a pulp. And if we weren't a threat, if the Anons were not a threat,
Yep.
that they would be like they would just laugh it off and say those crazy conspiracy theorists, but they can't get away with that anymore, and they know it.
Yep.
It's amazing. I mean, it's like
It
invigorating.
really is. Nancy says there's no joy in Mudville. Casey at the bat. Yeah, they Gene Decode says believe the Bible but not 17. Yeah, sorry, Gene. No, it's like
I've never heard that.
I haven't heard Gene say that.
I listen to Gene quite often, and I
Good
wouldn't
to know.
go
Patricia,
that far.
can you
Whoever's
give us
posting that.
a place where he has said that? Because I haven't heard it either. Yeah, and I can feel, Diane says, I can feel our army getting stronger every day. We are becoming more and more connected by the minute. Our power comes from a place of love, and that is the strongest power. No question about it. That's the strongest force
Just
in the
look
world.
at a Trump rally.
Yeah. Yeah. Being at the march, the Save America march on the 6th, it was one of the greatest days of my life. Like it was just so powerful, and my connection with human beings was so amazing. And there was nothing that was going to stop that. My great day. Except when we got to the Capitol and heard about what had happened, and then they another attempt that I caught on video of them trying to get in, that was repelled, and yet look what they had to do to squash all the goodness, all the greatness, all the prayers, all the people, all the connection, all the love in that crowd. I walked through that crowd, and I have never felt safer in any crowd, a mass crowd too. And not like I get scared in a crowd, but you know what I mean? It's like if you go to a concert, or you go to some place where, everyone's kind of from all over the place, you're kind of like, you're looking out for the sketchy ones or whatever. You want to be careful. I didn't have that feeling, not once. And yet they had to do what they did to counterbalance that. And if they didn't have the media to run with that false story, they wouldn't have been able to do what they did. And that false story, that false narrative allowed them to shut down the most influential person on the planet, Donald John Trump, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, what was the other one? Facebook. Done. Over. They cut him off. Why? Why? What are they afraid of? They're afraid of truth. They're afraid of the connection he had with his following. Look at the people. So this is all. It's if it's white hats, which we think it is, it's brilliant, because every time you see such an absurdity of Dr. Seuss and these books being banned and all this craziness and Mr. Potato Head and all this, and letting
just listen to what you're saying, Dave.
And letting boys compete against girls in sports, and just because they feel like they're a woman, it's all this craziness. Every time you hear, okay, I'll share this. Do you guys remember at the end?
Dave, what happened to the feminist movement? What happened to the feminists?
Disappeared, man. They've disappeared.
Where did they go? Because I mean, shouldn't there be women out there just screaming their asses off saying my daughter should have a right to play a
Yeah.
sport and not compete against
Or
a
how about a
man?
30, 40-year-old man at that college where that dude went back? I made a joke about it, Todd. I made a joke like, listen, I didn't
I know
have the
you did.
college career I would have liked, even though, I mean, we went to the Final Four. That was pretty heady stuff. But I was riding the bench most of my college career because my coach left Iowa, and I ended up playing for another guy who, brought in a couple guys in my position, and we didn't hit it off. So I had to leave, and I went to Providence, and Patino was awesome, but I injured my back, so I had a career-ending back injury twice there. And so I wasn't like really, I didn't have like the college career that you write home to mom about, even though I got a Final Four ring out of the deal. But and I did write home to mom, and I told her I wasn't having the college career, so I guess there's that. But but it's like in that scenario, it's like I said, I ought to go back to college, man. I could have the career I wanted, and I could play against the girls and just, wear a skirt when I
You might be able to go to UConn, Dave.
exactly,
You could
dude.
go to
I could be on the
UConn.
best team in the country, and I would dominate. And by the way, I'd only be able to play. I'd only be able to play like one half, because I wouldn't
Like
have the
half
stamina.
court. You can play
Exactly.
half court.
And so I could have as long as I put on a skirt after I left the locker room, I'd be good. So, this, and by the way, don't laugh. I look okay. I look okay. Um, I got the
I
legs
don't want
for
to
it.
know. This is a don't ask, don't tell.
and certainly don't show. Okay. Um,
The size
oh yeah, dude,
15 pumps are just going
those
to
are
be
hard
the
to find.
giveaway.
I
wouldn't know.
I mean, that's what I hear. That's what I hear. Don't look at my Amazon search history, please.
That's a different kind of Amazon there, dude.
Dude, that is brilliant. My old roommate Mark got me this picture that I'm going to put up in here somewhere. Oh, it's in the bathroom in my outdoor bathroom here that is still stacked up with all the stuff I had in here. But we have up on the wall Amazon Women of the Jungle or something. It's this beautiful woman. It's an old like movie poster, but he got that for me. He thought it was great. So I'll show you guys that one of these days. But that's a great line, dude. That's another kind of Amazon. Oh my God, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. So
every once in a
so at any
while.
rate, so what I wanted to share, you guys remember the end of It's a Wonderful Life. Okay. And after everyone brings the money and he's crying and Harry comes and they sing and it's like a bell rings and he picks up the book, the Tom Sawyer. By the way, if I'm giving this away, if I'm a spoiler alert, okay, if you haven't watched this movie, if
Yeah,
you
never
have
seen
never
it.
seen It's a Wonderful Life, you need to close this and get off this show. Go watch it right now and not listen to what I'm about to say. So he picks up the Mark Twain book, which Clarence had somehow mysteriously gotten there, right? The angel, and then a bell rang on the Christmas tree, and Zuzu says to him, "Look, Daddy, every time a teacher says, the teacher yelled at earlier, and her husband decked him. Teacher says, uh, every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings." And he's like, "That's right. That's right, Zuzu. Yeah. Okay." And attaboy Clarence, because Clarence got his wings. Clarence came down and he changed George's life and he made him not want to kill himself and turned his life around. So I'd like to look at, if we could try this out maybe, look at the absurdities that are happening on this planet right now. And instead of allowing them to depress us or get us down or shift us out of joy, okay, um, I would ask us to say, look, every time an absurdity happens, somebody wakes up, because that's what's happening. You cannot crush Dr. Seuss without awakening a lot of people. You can't do it. You can't have a this woman, guy, man, that Biden is bringing in as health secretary. You can't have anybody watch Rand Paul, break her down with her not being able to answer a simple question: should we allow children to have sex change operations, um, without a lot of people waking up. Okay, so even though you may not see it, and even though it may not be people in your family, every time an absurdity happens, somebody's waking up, right? And that could really shift. It's called a reframe in neurolinguistic programming, right? And I've shared this. If you don't like the frame that John F. Kennedy and Carolyn are in, okay, in the Oval Office there, okay, uh, possibly possibly in the residence, but if you don't like this frame, you could put it in another frame, and that's called a reframe. So now you like the picture because it's in a new frame. So it's about the things that happen to us are going to happen to us. We can't do anything about that. But if we can reframe them, and the things that are happening, we can shift it into something really special, we can do that. Todd, I think it's time to go to bed, my friend.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go night
It's been a
night.
long week. It's been a long week.
That it
Yeah.
has.
So
And you know what? It's been good. I mean, it's been exciting, and I think if you can just kind of just stay above the fray, just stay above
yeah.
the fight, and just slightly above it, so you can see what's happening, but you don't have to participate. I mean, a lot of people are forced to. A lot of people have to make decisions they don't want to. Like you had to make a decision to go get tested, which I know you goes against everything you stand for, but you make the concession. I mean, I understand. There's Cindy and I have discussed the possibility of when and if she goes back to work, if they make her get the vax and all that. And I said that'll make our decision. You just won't go back to teaching.
Right.
We're not going to go that far. So everybody's drawing their boundaries right now, what they're willing to do. And so it's tough for everybody, but you got to look at it and, big picture. I mean, big picture still looks really good for us. And that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm kind of waiting for the tide to feel like it turns, but I think once it does, I think it's going to be amazing.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, we could be on the best. This could be the best time on the history of the planet to live here. I mean, honestly, we could be the generation that everybody. Some people are like, "Oh, I wish I was a fly on the wall when our nation, was built, the revolution and all that stuff. It would have been cool to see how all that went down. This is so much bigger than that.
Absolutely, it's huge.
I mean, this is so much bigger.
It's absolutely huge.
Yeah, because it's worldwide. I mean, we had people in China marching in the streets with President Trump's picture and the flag and singing songs about freedom and our Star Spangled Banner and stuff. You guys remember all this, right? I mean, there's people going to the streets in a lot of countries, and we're all uniting. I mean, it's amazing. Don't lose sight of it.
Yeah, it really is an amazing time in human history. Like never before Never before has it ever been like this, and never before. Also, Todd, is that have we been allowed in the huddle? We haven't been
Right.
allowed in the huddle. We're in the huddle. Like we're like hearing. We've been given all this information um, from the greatest intelligence dump in the history of the world. There's just no two ways about it. And so it's like that is an exciting time.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's easy to lose focus and look at like, oh my God, look at what's happening. Gas has gone up to $3 in the first 30 days. Oh my God, look at the borders going crazy. And oh my God, they still have barbed wire still around the Capitol.
Yep.
There's still this, there's Syria, there's bombings, there's missile attacks, there's, what's going on? It's
Yep.
craziness, but it all doesn't make sense. So therefore it
Yep.
makes sense in my mind.
Yep.
And that's about it. I mean,
Hey, I want to do a couple things here. One is I want to let everybody know that tomorrow morning, Amy and I will be doing a Healy call from 9 to 10:30. If you want to learn more about this amazing healing device, please come check that out. It's a Zoom call. I've dropped the Zoom link in the chat, so please come check that out. And it makes a huge difference. Todd, you could speak to that and what you're experiencing as well, briefly.
yeah. And I mean, I've told people privately, but I've said, I've told you also, when I first heard about the Healy and what it was capable of, I said, I accepted the fact that it could work. It's just now that I've had it in my hands and I've used it with my brother and I've used it on myself and used it with Cindy. I mean, I'm a believer, so I'm completely behind the whole Healy operation.
Yeah.
And I think it's a glimpse into the future as far as what healthcare is
Yep.
going to be with the frequency and now that, the healing frequency and vibration that Tesla talked about. I've seen it work.
Yep.
So, and I know my eyesight's actually gotten better. I didn't use my glasses tonight when I was reading or anything. It's just crazy. It
Hey, nobody's
actually,
been seeing me with
it,
eyeglasses.
it,
I used to wear them all the time. Yeah.
it's
And
crazy.
yeah, it's much better than the tens unit. It's a whole nother level. It's a frequency. The other thing I wanted to do real quick, and I thought this would be cool, is because we're at the end of the show, I wanted everyone to go to the indoctrination.shop or the indoctrination.com and then hit shop, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the live here and I'm going to show, we're going to see where everybody is right now. And we're going to end with this, and then we'll have a prayer. But you see what I'm showing you right now on the monitor. If you log in, you don't have to buy anything. I'm just wanting to see where everybody is. And you'll pop up. You'll see yourself popping up in your state. There's New Mexico. There's Texas. There's Illinois. There's Minnesota. There's Washington. And look at everybody popping up here. And this is really cool. Look at the United States. Look at you guys coming up. You can see yourselves as you come on. Okay. And then I'm going to take us across the pond too, and also to Australia and see where we're at. So if you guys can please do that, this would be awesome to have you. I'm going to do it again. I'll put it just theindoctrination.shop, right? www.theindoctrination. .shop, and I've got another link in there. All you got to do is click on the link. You don't even have to buy anything. Again, this is just about seeing where everybody is. Look at everybody popping up. There's 43 right now. We'll go across the pond in a second, and I'm going to leave this up during the prayer too, because I really want us to kind of imagine our reach with our prayer, because we really can reach out. We can reach out to Canada. We can reach out to Mexico. We can reach out to South America. Look at England. Look at Europe right now. Some folks are there, and so welcome to you all. What is that? Is that it's hard to tell with this map. I'm trying to figure out where that is. Um, and let me know where that is over there in Eastern Europe, please. And
Hey, Dave, did you check Mar-a-Lago to see if anybody else there is shopping?
I haven't yet. I haven't yet. That's hilarious. TheIndoctrination.shop. TheIndoctrination.shop, or obviously TheIndoctrination.com. Here we go. Here's Australia. Look at our friends down under. There's New Zealand. Look at that. Fantastic. You guys rock. We love you down there, and we know, by the way, we're praying for you because we know what you're going through. There's some real draconian measures being taken in New Zealand and Australia, almost along the lines of Israel. Okay, what we're seeing in Israel, and there's just a control there, and just trust that this will all be over soon. And we're back to the U.S. Look at everybody in the U.S. Very cool. And we're still we're still over 1,500 people, folks. We only got 147 going on. Let's light this board up, okay? Light this board up. Again, you don't have to buy anything. We're just trying to get you to there just so we can see where you're at. And by the way, Amazon knows a lot more information about you than I do. This is not, so we're not tracking you. Look at our Canadian friends are coming in. Look at this. Awesome. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Rainbow, are you on here? And where are you? Where are you right now? So this is awesome. So let's pray, and then we'll come back to this, and we'll end with this. But as you're looking at this, just think about the different parts of the world. Look at Europe's lighting up here. That's pretty cool. Go over to Israel here. Let's pray over Israel as well, right? And Europe with so many draconian measures being taking place with the globalists, and California, lots of helicopters in California. Allie is saying that. Inland Empire, lots of helicopters. I wonder what's going on, Allie. Any thoughts on that? We're hearing about a lot of flights. Have you been watching? By the way, Todd, have you been watching Monkey Works at all?
Just a couple days ago, I saw where they had the sub hunters out on the Atlantic side.
You mentioned that. Okay.
And that's interesting to me because that's the watch the water. And another thing I've kind of noticed was that the White House, usually if there's any lights on at all, it's the upper right-hand window. And I was thinking that could have been the one if by land, two if by sea kind of thing, one window lit.
Okay, cool.
One lamp. So just kind of thinking along those terms, I'm just trying to figure, if I figure anything out, I'll let you guys know. But it's trying to piece it together so we can get through it. I think I'm going to go ahead and check out.
All right,
man. Just hey, Schneds, love y'all. Stay in your foxholes.
Yep.
We got this.
All right, love you, pal. Good night. Good night to you and
All right,
Cindy.
love you, brother.
All right,
take it easy. Good night.
Guys, by the way, let's see. Good stuff, guys. Great contributions tonight. If I didn't get to your stuff, I love you. And, Inland Empire, lots of action all night long. Interesting. Let's see. And so, good stuff. And thanks to Todd. Thanks to Cindy. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. We are so grateful to be alive in this time in human history when you are allowing us to see the darkness and strengthening us to bring light to that darkness and save the children, save each other, save humanity. And that has been absolutely taken over by a satanic cult, a satanic cabal. And we ask you to please strengthen all of the patriots that are speaking from their heart, speaking from their free and open minds to the planet to attempt to awaken and help and aid all of those who are going through this current evolution of humanity and looking for ways in which they can navigate it more effectively. And we thank you for them. We thank you for opening up the eyes of all the newbies, all the people that are seeing the absurdities in the world and turning towards truth and common sense. We thank you for Jesus Christ and the grace in which he gives us. And we ask you to strengthen the Q movement, the Anons, the autists, the digital warriors, the Snedheads, the team of Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and the of course President Trump and his family and all of his team and all of our military and our police and our firemen and the people that are really boots on the ground and taking care of the things that need to be taken care of in this revolution. And we ask you, Lord, to please reach into the hearts and the minds of people and have them really research the things that the media is telling us to do, like the shots, and just ask them, help them to find real information, and if we can, to keep people from doing things that are irreversible. We can all make mistakes. We can all learn from mistakes, but if we can keep those mistakes lessened and so that they're not irreversible, we ask that. But at the end, thy will be done, Lord. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. And please watch over Israel and the people of Israel, Australia, New Zealand, our friends in Canada and Europe, and all across the United States and Mexico, and the people down at the border that have been used as pawns for this political game. We ask you to watch over us all, strengthen us all, and give us peace in our hearts and love in our hearts, and let us see what's truly important here. Thy will be done. Amen. All right. Love you guys. Awesome night. Awesome to spend this time with you, and happy to be here. I'll have the weekend off. If something really major kicks, I'll hit you up. Maybe drop an old school video with you. But much love to you, and thanks for hanging out. And please share this out. Please like this. Please do all the things that you can do. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for your support through. Go and get your gear. Go and get your gear and show your support. The old school OG original gangster Snedheads, folks. I love you all. Be well. Be well. Be well. Be well. All is well.